Timing gets every time. Yes. Hello. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And let me start greeting from the back row. All the overseas ladies and gentlemen, distinguished scholars who are present here, good morning. And then may I pay my humble respect to the Sangha community here, led by very eminent masters and Rinpoches here. So now today's, our meditation instructor is Khenchen, his most venerable Khenchen Ugyen Dorji. Now I would like to call upon stage. So we are very fortunate to have His Eminence Khenchen Ugyen Dorji here. He is the principal and the retreat master of the Bhutan's retreat centers run by the Central Monastic Body of Bhutan. So there are several branches of retreat centers under the Central Monastic Body, and he actually looks after almost all of them. And specifically, he is guiding the 3-year retreatants just upstream from here in a temple called Cheri Monastery. So this Cheri, Tangu Cheri, and Tangu is another monastery, Cheri is another monastery, where Tangu produces academic graduates, and once that Buddhist studies are completed within the Tangu Institute, they go to Cheri Monastery to do 3-year retreats. And this place is a very significant place for Bhutan as well. It is connected to Shabdrung Ngawang Namgyal, and that is the very place where Shabdrung Ngawang Namgyal even did 3-year retreat and achieved the highest level of realizations. And there we have so many hermitages where very, very serious retreat practitioners are actually undergoing rigorous trainings. And His Eminence Khenchen La is actually highly skilled retreat master. Before going to become a retreat master, you need to know all the Buddhist philosophies, starting from Theravada Buddhism up to Vajrayana Buddhism, and then also teachings and schools and religion outside Buddhism also. So he has actually studied all of them to the extent that I consider he is actually a living book of Buddha's teachings, and anything you want to know, like he is ready to provide the answer for that. In such a way that living book is something like you don't need to rely upon books now. Whatever that is necessary for you to navigate your practice spiritually, he is actually equipped with. And then in terms of retreat practices, he is one special eminent Lama who would have hardly had fortune like him. First of all, he was initiated into the monastery by the 67th 𝐂𝐽 of Bhutan. Then the 68th 𝐂𝐽 guided him personally. And the 68th 𝐂𝐽 was one of the greatest reformer of monastic system in Bhutan, and who also really worked tirelessly alongside our His Majesty the King, the successive kings actually, and who established a very well-founded monastic institution and retreat centers. And then he received all the teachings that what is possible for the monastery to provide for. So he received all of them from the 68th 𝐂𝐽. And then he became a close disciple of the 69th 𝐂𝐽 as well. Unfortunately, 67th, 68th, and the 69th 𝐂𝐽s are no more. We can only worship by remembering their names. And especially the 69th 𝐂𝐽 was one very unconventional master. Very unconventional masters. Like, he was a man who lived beyond the boundaries and conventions of our worldly rights and wrongs and everything. He was a man who lived and displayed the transcendental life. And from him, he received all the teachings that is possible to anybody could get a chance to obtain. Really, this great, fabulous master was his teacher. And then today we have the 70th 𝐂𝐽, who turns 70 years now, and from him he received almost all the teachings again, reaffirming, refining, reforming, and ensuring his practices are actually very authentic and also corrected properly. So he has received all the teachings and have most verified form of practice and authentic experience. And we are very lucky this morning to have this opportunity, and then he will be guiding us through this meditation session. And now I offer my humble greetings to Khenchen La, and may I now request Khenchen La to deliver your meditation instruction. Thank you.
Dari zakara tujo gi yini moda din den gi ji sanga duji tv tuzum nani yeden dalo gyakap china nile jumbegi 켜보다 주바 용도 구즈삼보다 다시들네 세션이
Today, on this very auspicious morning, I would like to offer my greetings to all the gathering here who are actually convened here for the purpose of attending this Vajrayana conference.
다 지테나로 메토 우드모라 쿄엔도좀베시나 데상게 중앙디 쿄엔세 상게 준디베디베서주로 상하기 추코디코디 쿄엔세 디 인디베디베서주로 다리기 마처리기 뒤럽날로 데템마상게 좀 된데 샤차투바 담보 장십초도 투기 바로 깨체 점에 숨도 예린도 센놈다 이시기 소사 때 타망염버조바 상게신날레 디자 ombo nimbi기 넘버 자체비기 된도도 대상한도지 대비기 취디 송노세.
So, first of all, in this world of ours, to see the arrival of Buddha Shakyamuni, Buddha figure like Shakyamuni is very, very rare, so rare. And also, as much as it is rare to see the appearance of Vajrayana tradition, teachings of the Vajrayana is even more rarer than it is. And today, starting from the Buddha's journey to enlightenment, where he first accumulated merits and wisdom for 3 great eons. And then eventually, after having attained the Buddhahood, he started to impart his achievement for the benefit of all sentient beings.
상하기 취대야 땜바 상게 좀 된대기 때 ombo 넘버 자체기 된도로 때 루차그라진라 소비기 내남소 카토레 송디베디베서주로 상하기 추크로 용조디 땜바 상게 좀 된대 군로 딘주 된 구지비 더우숨비기 치장알로 네 로초 밴딘데블로 텔레데 고노스.
So when he taught this Vajrayana teachings, it was actually meant, these teachings, for the exclusively intelligent and smart students, because ordinary students normally didn't have that capacity to digest and understand it directly. So he taught this Vajrayana teachings on the 15th day of the 3rd month, when Buddha was 79 years old, at the place called Dhyanakutra Sutra, Pelden Dekar Chetin.
테날로 덤바상게 좀 된데 배 뒤기 콜로기 규코로 신신날레베 대차기 쥐기 내저기 내절나나메 비기 기데스서 고 달레베시나 렘바진도 델레 대표 간증기 정도 때 비기기하고 담보 털이nye 쟁기 겁로 때 상하기 쓸 뒤노스.
So this Vajrayana teachings, he taught for the first time on this day at this place of Dekar Chetin. And this teaching was actually, the subject of this teaching was called Kalachakra Tantra. And this Kalachakra Tantra, over the years, started to flourish northwards and eventually reach to the snow land of Tibet. And during the first king of Tibet, called Totorinyensen, this the initiation or the inception of the Buddha Dharma actually occurred during this time.
텔레 뒤럽 dimби기 나콘나로 대추기 손정검보기 대상하기 쓸뒤 뒤럽 기비기 나콘나로 대추기 최선 디센다 때 켄침부 디사토 우겐비 마주네 텔레 다주르기 기아바 마바 라사와 라소바 남기 상아 설닝기 템바 대표가 증기 정도 잡아 맞세 달레rem바신도 베시는 거지기 루기야 겁난데 다신기에 디베 주노스.
So in the 7th century, King 𝐿 promoted Buddha Dharma actually quite extensively. And then by the 8th century, during the reign of King 𝐿, Guru Padmasambhava, Khenchen Acharya Shantarakshita, and then followed by so many eminent translators, then Buddhism was actually established as the state religion of Tibet, and it flourished. And since then until now, over the years, these teachings came to Bhutan as well.
Teta wiki sanga dilu chubdu jibo jin ngachara lam dubdi be di besachuru tenete lam tu te jen chu jen na le tendo zumbe shina te gota yan la tawang la so bigi kache tu keba chame sumgi ringdo gummengo ba tene chichi lychigi sangi bigi gopan dubsu bigi chu imbe sanga doji te bigi chu di.
So the Vajrayana, the secret Vajrayana teachings that has been flourishing in the Himalayas till Bhutan is so special and precious that it doesn't take for us to practice eons and eons. It will enable us to practice this Dharma within this one lifetime and achieve the Buddhahood or realization even in this lifetime. Such is the powerful teachings of the Vajrayana.
Da dilu jubdalu minchigi onda tichigi tise number ni dus. The minchigi ondi tenete tamura loben sinyita demba chigi kundile tenete rangi tenete on shu be begobes.
So for embracing this Vajrayana teachings, there are two things. One is ripening the students through empowerment, and the second one is the liberative teachings, liberating the mental state of the students through instructions, speech instructions.
Da ondi the yingi sigi want to tamdu jibovachin. Rangi gulu begi linga ita ishigi diva chacha pa to kuji niva rangi gulu jabe medelo telde toradalluba ani niptelo angi wa selabi yese.
So the empowerment is actually that which discards or scatters away our negative qualities and ensure that you are able to actualize the 5 enlightened bodies, like 4 enlightened bodies.
Tatilu chirta yudu chibo ajin pumbe wa sayo wa shiragi wa jiba chiwa session number jidus.
So for the empowerments, we have 4 empowerments, and that starts with was empowerment, then secret empowerment, wisdom empowerment, and the word empowerment.
Teneta chita tu kaza mitsugi on to chamdo chibo ajin ji on lamgi on devi on se janidus.
So in other words, this empowerment can also be classified as the causal empowerment, the ground empowerment, the path empowerment, and the result empowerment.
Taji on semedi lope sinyita dembegi kundile terangi te disenta tikula soba te soldatension na shumegi on de lujuigi on selabimbes.
So the first empowerment, causal empowerment or ground empowerment, basically you rely on mandala, mandala drawing, mandala that is drawn, the send mandala and all, then based on this you receive the empowerment. That could be called as the causal empowerment.
member nyamsu lawa dilo lamgi wa selawi me ta tinga charagi la gombe shinati yukundile terangi wa jile me dilo lamgi wa selawi se.
So the next one is the path-based empowerment is actually where you are actually initiated or which is presided by motivation. Motivation-based empowerment could be called as the path empowerment. So relying on this, then you will eventually achieve the Buddhahood. So that achievement is called the result empowerment. So after having achieved this empowerment, then you are empowered to perform the creation and the completion stages of practices. And this will actually be, it will prove to be fruitful. So without receiving these empowerments, then whatever you are trying to achieve through these practices, you will not be able to obtain the results and the benefits from it. So the Tantra says, if you don't receive empowerment, it is like squeezing sand for oil. So just like this analogy, if you don't receive the empowerment and then engage into these tantric practices, no matter how much resilient and industrious you are in the practice, you will never be able to extract the oil of realization from the Mantrayana practice. So, as a part of the practice, I would like to present the visualization of Buddha Shakyamuni. And for doing so, you need to be aware of three critical points: the physical point, then the speech point, and the mental point. And right now, I will make an attempt to demonstrate the physical position.
Lini doji kimutung gesirin chen lagi tongka jintu yangwata tongka shindu bawracha cheni yakini tu ti se mechungile tebe sundi du tibene digi te tirin batatu besina ta lu namna chudin chani girin badi shuni bawdalu ta tamura kam shab yeb chile tenshin ten en nankona zu besina doji kitung tamleren bacha wada chi ani chani se ta shab yem di nankona zu yeb di chile ten.
So for the key position, the key physical part is actually to sit in the, assuming the seven positions, sitting positions of Buddha Bhairutana. And that it starts with how to sit with the leg posture. Leg posture, your left leg should be bent inward, and then outside should be the right leg, and then you need to cross. So that is the past point of sitting of the seven postures of Buddha Bhairutana.
Anicca yikapsulu te pum ebdiya tuchabdoji bawachin tamegi kyoni se. Pum ebdiya sinshinawam doji bawachin tamegi kyoni se. Anibeya tinchabdoji bawachin. 아니 담이기균 담답해져 이게. 아니 뭐지.
So now as you are getting into this cross-legged posture, and then especially you will be, what do you call now, putting the right leg will be the outside part of the cross. And then you might feel that there is a gap on the cushion and then this right leg. It is actually a sign that you are too much stressful. You know, you're stressing too much to do that position.
텔레 감염이기 데 세톰디 마 엔터그랩 루치 보아진 태비기균이.
So your left leg, if that ankle touches the floor or the cushion, it is the sign of your being too relaxed.
다 텔레 응아처럼 차차비기 차다 디파자 파동 리비기 다리디치 덴베 다네베 자고세.
So the shoulder, you have to put the chest a little bit outward and then assume this kind of a posture for the shoulder positioning.
텔레 게스린신 살라기세 응아처리 깁디 탕탕 다베 자고세 다 디카데베 자니 모서와지 사지 야라 텐시나 마탐달로 틱티베 디우세.
So this, you have to have a straight back, and in order to do that, you have to put your two hands in a meditative equipoise gesture, and then you just lift your two shoulders upward, and then let it down. But then don't let it down so quickly. Just do it gently, and then remain in somewhere in the middle. That is the positioning of the shoulder.
텔레가처리 요코기 유디디마 님디마임바 텔렌섬 집에 샤코세. 안데디. nen섬 집에.
So when you are doing that shoulder position, especially the neck, what would you say, Adam's apple? You should not press down. Like just leave it at the position where it is slightly touching or not, kind of thing.
텔레가처리 소다 데 같이 거기 얌춤맘춤디 바나고로 사도에 섬 집에서 제디야 중구지 디베시나 우디 바다수 데도 어떠베존에 베자고세.
So about the positioning of the mouth is you should not what you call now have a clenched fist or teeth. No, don't join the two jaws. There should be a little bit of a gap between the two upper jaw and the lower jaw. And then leave a little bit of space between the two lips as well. And then somewhere between this, the gap between the two teeth, upper and lower jaw, you need to push slightly, gently, your tongue tip outward. And then just gently assume that position where you can actually breathe in and out.
텔레가 저기 밑도기 따상디에 대나와 바나고라 왔다니 대마 미나셀루다니 대넘버 2 아니까 대베 따루투스 바나 테카도 따루투 미나셀루 따루투스.
And for the position of the eye, you can either look directly into the space or you can look at your nose tip, whichever it is convenient, it is applicable.
대랍예 땡하 연 올루베자시나 대랑기 띄우기나데 제오달로 소지 테카도 잡고세.
So the hand position, the meditative equipoise position, it should be the left hand should be put under and the right hand should be put on the top. So you're crossing the two hands. And then you must position that, this meditative posture, hand gesture, we call hand gesture of meditative posture. This one should be, the location should be placed just about 4 finger length from the navel to the abdomen downward. So just keep some space of 4 finger length and then around that area, you should place your crossed hand gesture.
다 안에베 쪽루지 보아진 마치리기 류타메 간데 사타메 간데 디기 나고나루 대연라기 룽타 자위기 룽세메 차셔디 파 룽우만나루 주 텔레데 세모트 상게베 조니스.
So if you can do this position, then it will enable you to, because your physical position is already set right, and then the air circulation will also start becoming fall into its right place. And then if the air circulation is circulating in a right way, in a perfect way, then your mental state will also become peaceful and relaxed. And it is through this position you could actually achieve the ultimate realization or the Buddhahood. So even the Tantras say this position is called like a cross-legged position, is actually called as the Vajra cross-legged posture, Dorji Kiltung. So having assumed the Dorji Kiltung posture, I became the Buddha.
Something
So, based on this positioning, especially the cross-leg posture, it enables this descending air to get it correct in a proper circulation. It will bring that descending air to come function in a proper way.
냠자기 찾아점에 라바 냠자기 찾아점에 디기 매냠기 룽디 우만나루 주니스.
So because of this crossed hand gesture, this will enable our what do you call, I just got confused with this name, fire menyam member, equal member, so nyam manyam. So one of you? Fire accompanying wind. Okay, let's say that. Fire accompanying wind. So, okay, nyam. That makes sense. So fire accompanying wind will actually start to function in a proper way that it will get through into the central channel. This gesture helps to get to that position. So straight back and then a little bit of a raised shoulder. This will enable to put this pervasive wind of the body to function properly. So as your neck is actually slightly bent towards the front, this will ensure the ascending wind will just start to circulate through the central channel. So the positioning of the mouth, where you have left the two lips little open, and as you breathe through this will enable to bring the 𝐶𝐶 or the life force retaining wind to get into to bring it under the control or let it circulate through the central channel. So because of these crucial points, it is very important for us to assume these 7 postures of the Buddha Vajrayana very, very carefully.
민삼기 틸레 추가 파타 팔레 멜랑기냐 데이기 냐시가 점야 땅비기 테가루 곰니 이세 사고디.
Now, as for the visualization, now we are going to visualize Buddha Shakyamuni, and let's position this visualization in the space before us. So the distance between the Buddha's position and your eye should be about the yoke length, and then little raisin above your head. That is the position of the Buddha's visualization.
디나로 데 지카 쳇다지까지 모서 와진 데 담보 데 심기곰 텔레테 템보곰네로 주와진 심기곰 장축기 심곰에 딜라메 심에 카쳇다이 상기기 고파 둠네로 메탑메디 장축기 심디 디베네디기 심제 텀지기 된도 조비 상기기 고파 토고 디치동하기 템비기 구곰니 노곰 기림곰니 노시나 노사땅고스.
So, as you engage into this visualization, what is very critical here is the motivation. You must be motivated by bodhicitta, which is actually expression of your wish that I am going to visualize this Buddha Shakyamuni in the space before me just for the purpose of helping sentient beings to become enlightened. This motivation is very, very crucial. So, before you engage into this creation stage of the Buddha Shakyamuni, you must be motivated by bodhicitta.
다 미지바 이시탄 덴비기 달로 신기 첨보 계기 때비기 티고음니 이세 미지바 이시탄 덴빈다라.
So, now, as for the visualization of the Buddha in the space before us, we start by visualizing the lion throne. Lion throne is actually, the throne is lifted by 4 fearless lions, symbolizing the 4 fearlessnesses of the enlightened being.
코레 경기 마케비기 다나로 메토피미기 덴곰니 생기기 티디구로.
So, atop this lion throne, we have to visualize a lotus flower that symbolize that it is untouched by the stains of the cyclic existence. And atop this lotus flower, you have to visualize the kushan, which is actually in the form of moon, and that symbolizes the pacification or the pacifier of the samsaric sufferings. And in order to indicate the perfection of all the enlightened qualities, we shall visualize Buddha Shakyamuni, who resembles like a best or the finest form of a gold.
dentamgi insu rachiba tsunchulu shechi gomni ise. Shechi bemedi chutamche dijini to rachiba tsenba ise.
So, in order to symbolize the oneness of the ultimate reality, we shall visualize Buddha with the bearing just a single face.
Chani bemedi demba deni sunjugi gwane dronam tabalu dembegi dai ise.
So the Buddha bears 2 hands, and these 2 hands signifies the unity of the 2 truths, the conventional truth and ultimate truth, and the realization of which helps the Buddha to liberate and help sentient beings.
Tele chaya nyamjabe jumedi te dojitabi tingni ting jinchemeba ngayigi tenda ise.
So the right hand in this meditative gesture, it signifies the Vajra-like samadhi of the Buddha. Vajra-like samadhi is Vajra-like samadhi is actually like the most deepest form of concentration, which is considered to be like a diamond or an indestructible one. So we call this as a Vajra-like samadhi.
차예바 산닌 지메디 디기 뒤탄 로브라 뎀바 차첩 티 좀땀이기 다이인세 차예바 산닌기 냠 차죠 예바 산닌기 차죠.
There was a little bit confusion. Left hand should be in meditative gesture, representing the Vajra Samadhi, like Vajra Samadhi. And then the right hand should be placed on the right knee, pointing to the ground. That is called as the subjugation gesture.
수tum기 품보 용수조바 쳔베기 달로 꿀루 취게 넘바 숨 지디베 곰니스.
So as an indication that Buddha is a perfection of the entire forms of ethical aggregates, he is attired, or Buddha is wearing the 3 Dharma robes.
시신이기 탈레데와 쳔첼로 샵도지 기모 뚱투 주바베 곰니스.
So to indicate that he has overcome both samsara and nirvana, and the Buddha sits in cross-legged, Vajra cross-legged posture.
네. 이 싱하다 뎀베기 달로 텔레 쿨레 유스레 나가 초시나베 곰고스.
And in order to indicate that Buddha is the possessor of the 5 primordial wisdoms, so from the body of the Buddha, he radiates 5-colored lights.
남카치 스네기 바도 도이기 유된 규메체바 쳔베기 달로 유스레 초주기 신감도 초아베 곰스.
And then his service to sentient beings is actually as eternal as the existence of the sentient beings. So until the cyclic existence is emptied, his blessings and the services to liberate sentient beings remains forever. Actually, to indicate this, you have to visualize the light rays that emanates off the Buddha's body, spread across and reaches far and wide of the universe.
아니 또또 공례 쇼메디기 틴틀로 마처 차첩 템베기 꾸디 데싱기베 노사강시나 사치 공개스.
So this, which I have now given the instruction, let's try to visualize this now. Yeah. So just like I face, so in the place of our, this one, it's a very good opportunity for me. As you visualize, you could exactly visualize our most venerable as actually Buddha, which we have just been instructed to visualize.
다디나네 맞자 땜바상기 좀 된대기 투컬로 나팅 깨신나베 때 투비기 생아 아티지 슈기에서 때 땜바상기 좀 된대기 투컬로 더이 된세 답세.
Now, in this, while maintaining this visualization, at the heart center of the Buddha, you now need to visualize a cushion, which is actually in the form of a moon. So let's visualize a moon disk at the heart center of the Buddha.
텔라하니기 틴툴루 때 투비기 사펜 때 사펜기 세다오세 몸 투비기 사펜 몸 시부지 세다오세 몸
So atop this cushion, moon disk, you now need to visualize the syllable mum. Probably I should say M-U-M, mum. And this one, okay, I think I did.
대한이기 타말로 옴 무니 마하무니 샤키야 무니 소하 세미디 땡아테 용고베 규스.
So this syllable mum is actually should be encircled by the Buddha Shakyamuni's mantra Om Muni Muni Mahamuni Soha. But then as you encircle it, you must rotate towards in an anti-clockwise direction.
때 자미급루 안두고레 유스르 초주기와 세번 세다 제벌로 쳐봐피 디친업 딜루팀 사병아텐다 제벌로 팀베 미바곰스 아잠다 아잠다 사병아텐다 제벌로 유스르 초주기와 세다 제벌로 쳐봐피 때 디친업랑도 딜루팀베 사병아텐다 제벌로 팀베 곰스.
The light rays, as these mantras emit, it reaches far and wide, and particularly it makes offering to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas that dwells across the 10 directions. And then now you should visualize that I make offerings to all of them. And then also light radiation goes to the all falls and hits onto all sentient beings, and as a result it purifies the sufferings and sins and karmic impurities.
Om Muni Muni Ma Muni Shakya Muni Soha Om Muni Muni Ma Shakya Muni Soha Om Muni Muni Ma Muni Shakya Muni Soha Om Muni Muni Ma Muni Shakya Muni Soha. tembasange 좀 된 데림바 진도베 유투 슈시나 데서페 모밀로 팀베곰스.
Following this, now it is the conclusion part. So you have to visualize that the visualization of the Buddha in the space before you now dissolves into a light, and it reduces to the size of a tiny light circle. And even this one disappears into emptiness. So this is the process of visualization, the practice here. And when you reach to this empty state, you have to abide in this state for some moment. So if you continue your practice like this, then you will eventually achieve the Vajradharahood. Thank you very much. The session is just completed, and it's time for offering to His most venerable Khenchen-la for this wonderful session he provided to us. Okay, thank you. Now it is so it's time for all of us to climb again upstairs and then get back to our academic, I'm just still stuck here.
and meditation. He currently resides in Buda, Spain. With this, I will now hand over the floor to Mr. Ulrich.
Good morning, distinguished audience. Please let me welcome you to the first thematic session of today. I have the honor to chair. Before beginning, let me apologize for my poor English. This is because I did not go to a Bhutanese school, so I did not learn this from early childhood. But if you don't understand me, please make it known to me, and I would speak louder or slower or whatever. You hear me, Gara? You understand? Yes. Okay, the session originally was with one title. This was Rewilding the Mind's Meditative Practice for Earth Connection. Two speakers of this session could not come, or it would have been too late. This is Luis Barbosa and 𝐶𝐞𝐲. I'm sorry they could not stay today with us. Rewilding the Minds for Earth Connection. I asked me, what is connection? Connection needs awareness. If there is compassion, we are part of. Connection with the earth, with nature, means to be aware that we are part of. So we can see that all the damage we make to nature is a damage to ourselves. If we protect nature, we don't protect it from us, we protect ourselves from destructive doings. The respect for nature is to be conscient that we are brothers and sisters. With all beings, we are part of the same family. We suffer with all the other members of this family. I would like to express this with the words of St. Francis of Assisi, a saint who exactly 800 years ago has given us, near of dead, blind and ill, the canticle of the sun. Most High, all-powerful, all-good Lord, all praise is yours, all glory, all honor, and all blessing. To you alone, Most High, do they belong. No are worthy to pronounce your name. Be praised, my Lord, through all your creatures, especially through my Lord, Brother Sun, who brings the day and to give light through beautiful and radiant in all his splendor of you, Most High. He bears the likeness. Be praised, my Lord, through Sister Moon and the stars and the heavens you have made them, precious and beautiful. Be praised, my Lord, through Brother Wind and air and clouds and storms and all the weather through which you give your creature. Be praised, my Lord, through Sister Water. She is very useful and humble and precious and poor. Be praised, my Lord, through Brother Fire, through whom you bring the night, you brighten the night. He is beautiful and cheerful and powerful and strong. Be praised, my Lord, through our sister, Mother Earth, who feeds us and nourishes us and produces various fruits with colored flowers. Be praised, my Lord, through those who forgive for love of you, through those who endure sickness and trial. Happy those who endure by you, Most High, they will crown. Brotherhood and sisterhood with the environment to be part of with the base of indigenous knowledge. Let me present, please, our first speaker, Ms. Ritu Verma. Ritu Verma is an anthropologist, internal development scholar, and civil engineer with PhD at the School of Oriental African Studies. She lived 2 to 3 years in Madagascar and 15 years in Bhutan, studying GNH. Her research focuses on the role of mindfulness, compassion, and the effect of development in Bhutan. Her most important book, she told me, is Going Beyond Growth. She speaks about towards mindful development, experiences of well-being and environmental consciousness in African and Himalayan cultural contexts.
Hello? Okay, so thank you for CBS for allowing me to be here today. I'm going to take you on a journey. We're going to remain in Bhutan, but we're also going to go to the Great Red Island of Madagascar. Before I begin, I want to dedicate this paper in memory of my late great-uncle 𝐷𝐻𝑉𝐺 𝐞𝐻, who published works on Buddhism, including the doctrine of karma and the Buddha image. His Holiness the Dalai Lama gave the first memorial lecture in his memory on the subject of ethics and happiness in 2018 in New Delhi, India. I dedicate the merit from this paper to His Holiness the Dalai Lama, His Majesty the King of Bhutan, and all sentient beings we share our precious planet with. The relationship between mindfulness and individual and collective well-being is profound. The interconnection is at the core of Vajrayana Buddhism. It is also of central significance to indigenous knowledge in different parts of the world, where mindfulness is inseparable from ecological consciousness and spiritual cultural beliefs that sustain environments, connections to nature and other sentient beings, and a sense of cultural belonging. Ideas, concepts, and experiences of mindfulness, in turn, are shaped by histories and sociocultural values and norms that vary according to different contexts around the world. In this paper, I want to explore and compare context-specific meanings of mindfulness and their relationship to environmental sustainability and cultural practices in the highlands of Madagascar and Bhutan. So, as the world faces an unprecedented climate emergency, critical issues center on the causes, impacts, and actions of and in response to climate change. The leading international scientific body, the IPCC, has determined beyond doubt that climate change is accelerating across the planet with a greater pace, intensity, and severity than predicted. Primarily caused by the release of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere beyond the Earth's capacity to absorb it, it has led to the breaching of Earth's planetary boundaries. The climate emergency is caused by human activity and by humans as the principal agent of change on the planet. We humans, or at least some humans more than others, are responsible for our own collective suffering, as well as the suffering of other sentient beings. Climate change moves across national borders and affects all beings on the planet. While much of human activity responsible for climate change historically lies in the global north in its desire to develop beyond the carrying capacity of the planet and its fair share of climate emissions, much of its impacts are disproportionately borne by those living in the global south, who are often living far below their fair share of climate emissions and who did nothing or very little to contribute to the climate emergency. Yet the burning of fossil fuels and other negative activities continue unabated in the global north and in some countries of the global south, almost as if people are living in a bubble, oblivious or ignorant to its negative impacts on vulnerable people in the global south. Since the topic of this conference is mindfulness, this is the first alarm bell that rings about the lack of mindfulness about our own actions on other human beings and sentient beings. In response to this, 4 countries came together to form the G0 Forum of climate negative and climate neutral countries, including Bhutan, Madagascar, Suriname, and Panama. In its first joint statement, the G0 Forum recognized shared values and commitments encoded in its national policies that limit greenhouse gas emissions and conserve and enhance vital carbon sinks such as forests, wetlands, and ecosystems, and they ambitiously pledged to remain carbon neutral for all time. So that's really important to this paper, but on a personal note, I've carried out my doctoral and postdoctoral work in Madagascar, as well as I've been working on gross national happiness in Bhutan for almost a decade and a half. So my interest was really piqued when these 2 nations that are close to my heart joined forces under the G0 Forum. Both countries have many commonalities, and this paper represents my first attempt of bringing Madagascar together with Bhutan, so please bear with me as I go through this process. The paper really takes an anthropological and ethnographic lens in examining the everyday and overlapping practices, social relations, cultural practices, and rituals, as well as indigenous values, beliefs, and engagement with the environment. From this perspective, the environment is more than just a physical space, but is multi-layered with different context-specific sociocultural, political, economic, and spiritual ecological understandings. So a brief overview. Madagascar, if you didn't know, is the 4th largest island in the world, and it's comprised of highlands, but as well as small islands, coastlines, wetlands, forests, and desert areas. Bhutan is mostly made up of mountains, and it includes forests, highlands, wetlands, and alpine regions. While Bhutan has the distinction of never being colonized by Europeans, Madagascar was colonized by Great Britain and France, is now part of the Francophonie, where Malagasy and French are the main spoken languages, and in Bhutan, it's Dzongkha, English, and many other dialects. So, just to inform you, Madagascar broke away from the African continent 160 million years ago, which means the biodiversity in Madagascar is unique. It's not found anywhere else in the world. It was settled more than 11,000 years ago, and then there was another major influx of people from Borneo in Asia just over 2,000 years ago. So sometimes it's referred to as a place where Asia meets Africa. Both countries have rich biodiversity as well as rich cultural, linguistic diversity and a multiplicity of indigenous cultural, spiritual, and social practices. Also similar is the existence of spiritual ecological beliefs dating back centuries with nature at its center. In Bhutan, this is referred to as the animistic Bon religion, and in Madagascar, it is referred to animistic beliefs with different indigenous practices in different cultural contexts across the Great Big Island. In both contexts, these beliefs continue to coexist, if not intermix, with the influx of larger organized religious traditions, such as Vajrayana, Buddhism in Bhutan, and Christianity in Madagascar. Okay. There's a lot of things that I can compare, but I've decided to focus on 3 elements, and the first one is rice cultivation. Throughout the presentation, you'll see pictures, and one picture will be of Madagascar and the other one will be of Bhutan. You can try and guess which one is which. Okay, so in terms of rice cultivation, one striking similarity in both countries are the highland rice terraces painstakingly carved into the side of the mountains and carpeted across its mountain valleys. In both countries, rice plays a central role in the national cuisine, and interestingly, so do chilies. A meal without rice is not a meal, and it is often eaten 3 times a day and shared amongst family members, colleagues, and friends. The eating and sharing of rice is not merely an act of consuming rice as food, but strengthens social bonds and relations and increases mindfulness towards one another in the shared act of eating communally. Rice cultivation relies on collective and reciprocal labor arrangements, animal power to plow the field, where the gender division of labor is similar in both countries in terms of transplantation, weeding, harvesting, threshing, storing, and processing of rice. The intense care and labor involved in rice cultivation requires careful monitoring, tending, knowledge, and intimate connection to the rice fields as a living life force. This connection between humans and their environments requires a form of mindfulness and of environmental consciousness based on indigenous knowledge, and of care. Rice is not merely a staple crop or a mere productive capitalist commodity to be traded and sold, although increasingly it is seen as such by certain quarters. It is simultaneously at the heart of cultural and ritual practices where rice is offered as a sacred grain in Buddhist altars in Bhutan and rituals in Bhutan, and as sacred rituals aimed at honoring, respecting, and recalling the ancestors in Madagascar. Now we go to the second comparison, which is spiritual ecological landscapes and more than human relations. In the central highlands of Madagascar, it is believed that the spirits of the ancestors reside in certain locales in the natural environment. Some spirits are benevolent, some are malicious, and yet others may become angry because traditions are not followed or respected as they have been instructed by the ancestors. By comparison, in Bhutan, elements of the physical environment, such as rivers, streams, springs, trees, forests, mountains, and rocks, and other natural spaces are inhabited by spirits and deities who similarly are either benevolent or malicious. While the cosmological beliefs vary across the two nations, the end effect is somewhat similar in that environmental spaces are either avoided and thus protected and conserved, or they're intended to be used with great care and deference in order to ensure human engagement of the environment remains closely interconnected and respectful. In both cases, the existence of spirits and deities is a critical reminder to the living that they are not alone and that humans are not at the center of the universe. Their interactions are interdependent and have effects on the natural environment and other sentient beings. More than humans play other critical roles. In Madagascar, the spirit of the ancestors shape life for the living in a multiplicity of ways. Nothing, absolutely nothing, is carried out in the present day without consulting the ancestors. So for instance, in rice cultivation, the rice fields and implements like hoes that are used are passed down from the ancestors and remain in the family for several generations. The rice is cultivated in the same manner, using the same knowledge of the ancestors. This is a point of immense pride. The pride is symbolic of the honor and respect people give to their ancestors. It recognizes their lives and accomplishments, even though they are no longer living. Okay, so this is the last comparison, which is the interrelation between humans and sentient beings. Mindfulness and environmental consciousness in relation to nature and sentient beings is critical for the sustainability of our planet, to combat climate change, and in terms of the ability and opportunity to practice compassion and kindness. Sentient beings hold a special place in terms of social and cultural values, spiritual beliefs, as well as policy making at the national level, which in turn influences conservation, biodiversity, natural resource management, and climate change efforts. So I think most of you know that the Constitution of Bhutan stipulates that 60% of the area must remain under forest cover, and that the country has allocated several national parks, reserves, and biodiversity corridors to enable the movement of wildlife and biodiversity to allow for natural patterns of migration across the landscape. The landscape is also inhabited by human beings, some of whom are sedentary and practice agriculture, some of whom are semi-nomadic highland pastoralists, and others who live in ever-expanding urban sprawl of its capital, Thimphu, and other expanding cities such as Paro, Punakha, Phuntsholing. The acceleration of the impacts of climate change has led to ever-increasing human-wildlife conflicts. Such conflicts vary in nature and in terms of environmental consciousness. They range from reactionary impulses that enact violence or attack animals who did not play a hand in bringing about the climate crisis, but whose migratory patterns, habitats, and food sources are shifting with the onslaught of climate change and expanding human settlements, urban sprawl, and fencing, to more compassionate, kind, and benevolent responses based on the understanding that natural spaces are shared between humans and other sentient beings. So if we contextualize this from the perspective of humans, they're just trying to protect their homes, their crops, and their pastures. If we think about this in the perspective of animals, they're just trying to survive in an unpredictable climate brought on by human activity. Human-wildlife interaction is a rich area for research for mindfulness studies in relation to environmental consciousness and the central role of sentient beings in sustaining nature and thus enabling life on Earth and for humans. Recent scientific research has pushed the boundaries of what it means by sentience. For instance, science confirms that trees and plants communicate with one another through an underground network of roots and aerial transmissions, thus helping to sustain one another or warn each other of impending danger. Such scientific studies are just now catching up with what indigenous knowledge around the world has already known for millennia, that nature speaks. If we care to listen, it is intimately interconnected and enables the survival of natural resources, sentient beings on which human beings in turn depend on for their very survival. So the central question, which I would like to conclude by, is to ask, why have we human beings stopped listening to nature, to other sentient beings, and those beyond the human? Why do we continue to ignore interspecies relations and privilege the rights, cravings, and desires of human beings over the rights of other sentient beings? Ironically, to our own peril as a species and a planet. Okay, looks like I need to wrap up. So what I'm arguing is that development puts into play some battlefields of knowledge. And what has happened is that development projects have stopped listening to indigenous knowledge and the interconnections with nature. So for instance, in Madagascar, the animistic beliefs that I talked about have sort of gone underground. And if development practitioners sometimes go in for rapid half-an-hour visits and maybe speak to a few people and do some quick quantitative surveys, but those methods are not going to get to the rich indigenous knowledge, and therefore, I'm arguing, obviously, as an anthropologist, that we need qualitative methods and ethnographic methods to really understand what's really going on. The case of Bhutan is slightly different because of its history, where it averted formal colonization by European powers. So it didn't have the baggage of formal colonial legacies, discourses, and intervention, and has been at the forefront of championing well-being and happiness approaches in its articulation and conceptualization of development, gross national happiness. And I need to finish. I should mention that it also measures GDP, which is very environmentally destructive because GDP externalizes environmental costs, social costs, cultural costs. So let me just wrap up by saying that both Bhutan and Madagascar are known as having people who are very warm and kind. So this is something they have in common. And I think we can learn a lot about mindfulness, but we have to be wary about the discourse of mindfulness and sometimes empty actions that don't really match, and move towards mindfulness and environmental consciousness learned from indigenous knowledge. So here, both science and Buddhism can learn from indigenous knowledge and try to be more interconnected so that we move towards planetary flourishing, harmony, balance, kindness, and ethics. I have more to say, but I'll end here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rita. I think the kindness and the human-wildlife conflicts could be a good parameter for measuring the mindfulness of a society, thinking about how we manage human-wildlife conflicts in Europe. The difference is abysmal. Now, as two speakers are not here, we begin the other thematic subject, which is Many Rivers, One Ocean, the multicultural wisdom and global spirituality. I thought that globalization is not a new phenomenon. Persons travelled, people migrated, cultures and religions passed on their knowledge. For our first speaker, I can presentate Mr. Christopher Canland. He is professor at Wellesley College in Massachusetts. He teaches there in peace and justice, political sciences, and South Asia studies. He has worshipped all his life with friends, as Quakers refer to themselves. This since he was a boy in Pennsylvania, once a Quaker Commonwealth, founded by the Quaker William Penn. He studied with friends at a Quaker college. He has worked for the American Friends Service Committee and the National Council of Churches of Christ in the USA. And he has worked in India and Pakistan and Sri Lanka with refugees and internally displaced from Tibet, Afghanistan, and Sri Lanka. Canland came the first time to Bhutan in 2008 to research the drafting of the constitution of the Royal King of Bhutan. Since then, he visited Bhutan 6 times. Now it's the 7th. Christopher will speak about silent communion in Quaker worship.
Thank you, Ulrich. Thank you all. So the organizers of this critically important conference have done me an honor by including me, and you all do me a great honor by listening to me. Meditation is often thought of as a solitary activity. To meditate, one normally withdraws from the company of others. Members of the Religious Society of Friends, commonly known as Quakers, meditate, or as Quakers say, contemplate, collectively. My paper focuses on Quaker collective contemplation, what we call meeting for worship. Thank you. Okay. The personal motivation and contemplative practices of friends would in some ways be immediately intelligible to their contemporary meditators in the Vajrayana world. In Bhutan, as in England in the mid-17th century, when Quakerism was established, certain individuals embarked on lifelong journeys over oceans rather than mountains because they were compelled spiritually. The pioneer members of the Religious Society of Friends often became driven in their teen years when they recognized the vanity and brutality of the world in which they found themselves. Like the young prince who became Buddha, they became so distressed with what they discovered in their world that they left family and home to find teachers and answers. Quaker pioneers traveled the world, from England to the English colonies in North America and in the Caribbean, largely to preach against slavery. In other ways, the contemplative practices of Quakers are a world away from that of Buddhists. Quakerism was established under the leadership of George Fox, who taught that clergy were unnecessary. Quaker pioneers, such as Fox and his wife Margaret Fell, understood that God is to be found within everyone. They believed that the church is constituted wherever Christians are gathered. Membership in the Religious Society of Friends grew quickly in England in the middle of the 17th century. Many were drawn to the idea, and still are drawn to the idea, that there is a divine light in each of us, and that one can find in silent gathering with others the solid ground for a personal commitment to honesty at all times and to peaceful behavior without exception. Today there are roughly 400,000 Quakers worldwide, about 140,000 in the United States. The largest group by continent live in Africa. The core practices of the Religious Society of Friends, collective contemplation and silent witnessing, arguably make Quakerism the most meditative and the least clerical of scores of Christian denominations. Quaker worship is based on the promise made by Jesus Christ, as reported in the New Testament by the Apostle Matthew, that, quote, "Where 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name, there I am in the midst of them," end of quotation. Quaker worship is preparation for being moved to speak honestly and to act peacefully. At Quaker meeting, auditory silence is combined with mental stillness. Quaker pioneers were opposed to preachers in their own places of worship, and some even challenged preachers in other people's places of worship, for which they were imprisoned and sometimes hanged. Mary Dyer, from my home state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, chose to be hanged rather than to leave the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, where she was preaching to the Puritans that they ought to not listen to the sermons of their ministers. And thousands of other Quakers were imprisoned or killed for merely not attending state-approved church services. Outside of their preacherless meetings for worship, Quaker founders preached with great energy against cruelty to other people, especially the practice of slavery, and even cruelty to animals, which was a radical idea in 17th century England and the English colonies in North America and the Caribbean. John Woolman, for example, out of his concern for the suffering of animals, chose to walk hundreds of miles rather than to ride by horseback, because he was concerned about giving pain to the horse. He remarked in his journal as well, on the occasion of his companion's killing of 4 rattlesnakes, and I quote, that he had a quick and lively feeling of the affliction of his fellow creatures, the snakes, whose situation in life is difficult, end of quote. This is all the more remarkable in his cultural milieu, when snakes were considered to be agents of Satan. Benjamin Lay, when likewise traveling to counsel slaveholders to emancipate their slaves, ate berries and nuts, which he collected himself rather than meat, so that he would not cause harm to animals. And we can, of course, draw parallels here between Buddhist and Quaker compassion toward all sentient beings. There are, of course, expectedly great differences in the contemplative practices of Quakers and those of Buddhists. Quakers, as far as I know, I might be corrected a bit later, do not use visualization to recognize conditioned existence. They do not envision themselves as green Tara, attending to wandering mother sentient beings. They don't visualize themselves as Manjushri, cutting through conceptual confusion. If visualization is used in Quaker worship today, it might well have come from attenders' exposure to Buddhist practices. The intention of Quakers at meeting is to find enlightenment and enlightening words in silence and stillness, and if so moved, to offer those words to the meeting if they believe those words can benefit members of the meeting. William Penn is probably the best known Quaker, certainly in the North American colonies. He advised his children, and I quote, "Love silence, even in the mind, for thoughts are troublesome. Much speaking as much thinking spends, and in many thoughts as well as words there is sin. True silence is the rest of the mind, and is to the spirit what sleep is to the body, nourishment and refreshment. Silence is a great virtue. It covers folly, keeps secrets, avoids disputes, and prevents sin." End of quote. It is said that to be as honest and peaceful as Jesus Christ, Quakers need only listen to what is referred to in meetings as the inner teacher, which is understood to be the Holy Ghost. In fact, Quakers do need external teachers, and these are often their parents and other elders, and of course the Bible. At worship, Quakers gather in a meeting house, a simple room with benches arranged so that worshipers face each other. There's no center or sacred place in a meeting house. There is, of course, no pastor. There's no program, although I should say that some Quakers have semi-programmed meetings. Instruction comes from within, in silent anticipation with others and reflecting on what other worshipers may say when they're moved to speak. One listens very carefully for collective silence and mental stillness allow one to be moved. And if so moved, anyone may rise to speak. Meetings are places to listen for spiritual insights, especially for the insights of our elders. At the same time, some of the most prized meetings are those where nobody speaks. And after meeting, people normally refer to the theme of the silence. Worshippers can use meeting to quiet their thoughts, to silent internal chatter. People sit with their eyes open or with their eyes closed. They may look at one another, acknowledge one another with a smile. During the period of contemplation, memories emerge of those with whom one has worshipped, often family members who've passed from this world. Great gratitude emerges for the demonstration of the power of love that those elders and family members have shown us, the power of love that requires us to be at all times honest in our speech and at all times peaceful in our actions. Forgive me, my pages are out of order. I'll just speak without notes that at the end of the meeting, which is normally an hour, people will shake hands and greet each other. So I have sort of three observations that might be of interest to this gathering. One is that there is a touch of the divine madman in the Quaker pioneers. For example, Benjamin Lay, in the middle of the 17th century, he was scarcely 4 feet tall. He'd been twisted by spinal atrophy since he was a child. He would go into his meeting, and this is to shock his friends, fellow worshipers, with a dagger under his cloak, a Bible that had been filled with fake blood, and rise to speak, stab the Bible, blood spurts out, wants to shock those Quakers who are slaveholders or who are not advocating against slavery. Soon, Quakers outlawed the practice of slavery. One was expelled from the society if one held slaves. So that's the first observation, that there is a touch of that divine madman. The second thing that might be of interest to this gathering is the relationship between silence and enlightenment. The words that we look for at a Quaker meeting are those that can help others to understand what is right and true to say and to do. The third observation is that this contemplation encourages action. In our meeting house, for example, in Wellesley, Massachusetts, we gather in silent witnessing outside of immigration and customs enforcement facilities. We want to acknowledge the detention of those who've been detained. They see us, they understand that we are on their side, they smile. Those who are ICE officers who are doing the detaining are shamed by our presence. They wear masks. They might achieve some enlightenment in that process. Folks here might also like to know that Quakers were behind the court case that the Trump administration is ignoring. Federal judges ruled that it was a violation of the First Amendment to have ICE officers enter houses of worship. Folks also might like to know that Quakers have started something called the North Star Fund, where we assist and help to travel with and house immigrants who are being persecuted by the Trump administration, those who want to claim political asylum in Canada. So I'll stop there. If we have a minute left, I want to invite you folks to sing a Shaker song that we also sing at Quaker worship. And my lovely colleagues have "'Tis a gift to be simple, 'tis a gift to be free, 'tis a gift to come down where we ought to be. And when we get to the place that is right, we will be in the valley of love and delight." Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christopher, for this insight, for a moment to make music with the flute, I liked, and for the insight that the strongness of the Quakers in nonviolence and peacefulness is rooted in mindfulness, in silence, and in contemplation. Thank you. For next, I have the joy to introduce my very good friend, Alan Channer. Alan had his childhood in India, where his father worked with a grandson of Mahatma Gandhi. He worked in peace building using documentary films as a medium. Alan followed his steps. He is documentary filmer too. He is project director, policy analyst, documentary film director and writer, specializing in peace building, interfaith dialogue, environmental restoration, and the linkage between them. This is the way how I knew him. About 8 years ago, he was speaking with a common friend about the link between environmental degradation and peace building. And I was stunned, because normally you think environmental degradation leads to tensions between interest groups and to conflict. but he was able to see it in the opposite way. All people want wellness for their children and grandchildren. So if there is degradation, they know there will be not a good future for them. And this is a common interest. This is the reason to sit together and to see what you can do to restore landscape, to maintain the fertility of the soils, and in this way, doing peace. The title of Alan's speech today is Buddhist Meditation as an Enrichment of Christian Spiritual Practice.
Thank you. Distinguished venerables, scholars, ladies and gentlemen, it's wonderful to be here, and it's a deep honor to be able to share and speak on this theme. Many of you will be very familiar with the way in which the Lord Buddha likened knowledge to all the leaves in a forest, and his teaching to just a few leaves in his hand. I am a layman of Christian heritage who has benefited from the handful of leaves, and I would like to begin with homage to the Lord Buddha. Namo Tatsa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. Namo Tatsa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. Homage to the blessed, noble, and perfectly enlightened one. Invoking the Pali language of ancient India naturally reminds us that Buddhist meditation arose in an Indic cultural and religious context. Of course, it evolved and spread across Asia, and it was transmitted into the West through multiple pathways. Others are much better qualified to analyze how these multiple interactions have happened and unfolded with the religious and the philosophical schools of the West. I have just one framing observation, that the spiritual practices of the Eastern traditions have become popular in the West at a time when we can speak of post-Christian culture, at the time when the West has seen a drastic decline in its own religious practice and the rise of secularization. So in the West, meditation is naturally packaged as a purely utilitarian technique, very valuable, but devoid of any cultural and religious association. And at the other end of the spectrum, Westerners who see the benefits of meditation can in fact wholeheartedly embrace and take up all the associations and become Buddhists and Hindus themselves. The third pathway is the way in which Buddhist meditation has found a resonance within the cultural streams that have shaped what the West is in its culture. In 1994, His Holiness the Dalai Lama gave a series of lectures on the Christian Gospels in London. This was hosted by the World Community for Christian Meditation, founded by a Benedictine monk. And at the outset, His Holiness the Dalai Lama noted that the most effective interreligious dialogue is not intellectual exchange so much as the sharing of practice between sincere practitioners. And this is essentially the approach I'm taking with this paper. It's experiential and subjective. So my own interest in Buddhism started when I was 9 years old. My father had returned from India, where he'd met two Buddhist monks, one from Laos and one from the United States, and they were visiting the holy Buddhist sites of India. He spent time with them, and he learned the practice of anapanasati, awareness of breathing. which he practiced before his daily morning Christian devotions for the rest of his life. And at the age of 9, I noticed that it started to transform him. He became more self-aware. He became less over-engaged. You know, some Christians can be quite engaged with how much good they're doing. He became less prone to frustration. And I was struck by his fresh insights and excitement about discovering impermanence and non-attachment in this realm. So much so that I remember being asked at school what I want to do when I grow up, and I said, Buddhist monk. 20 years later, in 1993, my father and I were invited to Cambodia by Cambodia returning diaspora to make films in the Khmer language to foster cultural and spiritual renewal after genocide and war. And the two films that we made were rooted in Buddhist culture and spirituality. On our return, we were challenged to make a film on Christian encounter with Buddhism. And our research led us to Mother Rosemary of the Sisters of the Love of God, a contemplative nun in an enclosed Anglican order in Oxford. Enclosed means once she's taken the vows to become a nun, that's it for the rest of her life, and she never leaves the convent. The other one is Father François Ponchot, from the Mission Étrangère de Paris, so a missionary Catholic priest based in Cambodia. And they became the key voices in a film called The Cross and the Bodhi Tree, Two Christian Encounters with Buddhism. Now, the Pontifical Council for Interreligious Dialogue at the Vatican saw the film and described it as Christians encountering Buddhism positively and making sense of it. Central to the message of the film are the ways in which Mother Rosemary and Father Ponchot practice Buddhist meditation. So we'll see now, Nira? Yeah, thank you. Some excerpts from the film. So Mother Rosemary, she spent a 2-month sabbatical at a Buddhist monastery in England in the tradition of the forest monastic tradition of Thailand in the school of Ajahn Chah. So it's the, yes, yeah.
Christianity and Buddhism share the vocation of monasticism, in which individuals free themselves from the affairs of the world in order to concentrate on the spiritual life. In 1991, Mother Rosemary requested permission from her superior to spend a 2-month sabbatical at Amaravati Buddhist Monastery in Hertfordshire, England. This permission was granted. Amaravati was founded by Western-born Buddhists trained in the forest monasteries of northeast Thailand.
I went with the particular intention of learning about meditation. And alongside that, I hoped that I would find ways in which I could persevere in prayer when prayer seemed to go dead. After all, I'm committed to this way of life for life. I know from experience that there are going to be ups and downs, but it's going to be important to be able to continue to have that stability. And so one of the very significant things I learned was not only a posture in which to remain when I wanted to flee, but also ways of enabling my mind and heart to stay when they were going off in all directions. And of course that extends beyond the time set apart for prayer or meditation. It extends also to staying with the difficult situations in community life, which are just the same in Christian monasteries as they are in Buddhist monasteries, people living together. How to get some sort of perspective on that, to realize that our worries, our anxieties, which fill the whole mind when they're uppermost, maybe needn't have the hold over us that we often allow them to have. And if one can get a little bit of distance, a little bit of detachment from what seems to be all-consuming and to be devouring, that can lead to greater serenity, just more ability to cope.
So I'd like to expand on three aspects of Mother Rosemary's experience practicing Buddhist meditation. She speaks of learning a posture in which to remain. And in the film you've seen Christian nuns, they're sitting in the lotus position in their chapel. Now in Christian devotion you can kneel, you can even prostrate yourself, but the Indic traditions pay a lot more attention to the mind-body continuum in spiritual practice. The posture of the straight back, as we were hearing in some of our meditation exercises here, how to hold the head, the awareness of the breathing. These, of course, are actively taught as practices which can enhance spiritual focus and which Mother Rosemary practices and shares. She practices when prayer for her seemed to go dead. And she goes further. She speaks of a continuum between staying in meditation rather than fleeing from discomfort and staying with the difficult situations in community life rather than being driven by reacting to the discomfort caused by other people. So Mother Rosemary is becoming both more self-aware, more accepting, and more loving of others through her practice of meditation. Many of you will know one of the most important passages in the New Testament of the Holy Bible is this. And one of the scribes came and asked him, "Which is the first commandment of all?" And Jesus answered him, "Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind, and with all thy strength. This is the first commandment. And the second is this, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. There is none other commandment greater than these." Jesus Christ also taught, "Love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you." In the context of these absolutely foundational, key Christian teachings on love, the significance of the fact that Father François Ponchot finds that it's metta bhavana, it's loving kindness meditation, which for him frees him to love others. So that's the next excerpt from the film, which we can see.
Also, and this happens to me as it happens to everyone, I can hate people. I'm far from being a saint. In fact, I feel more and more of a sinner. But it's the Buddhist who says, okay, I will send good wishes to the people I like most, and then, during the next half hour, I will send good wishes to the people I like less, then to the people I don't like, and finally to the people I hate. Well, little by little, your outlook changes. This is a very simple method, and one which Buddhists have taught me. And they transform me. They transform my heart a little. You also learn to see things in context. We are so impatient, us Westerners. Patience. What is most important?
So, with the time, I'll just say that, Christian meditation, or the strand of meditation in Christianity has had different forms and phases through the medieval, Renaissance, and modern periods. And we've heard one of the most vivid examples from Christopher of its practice, the practice of silence in a group. While Christian meditation tends to revolve around the practitioner's relationship with God, Buddhist meditation has an emphasis on achieving non-attachment and liberation from suffering. So I think we can have the final excerpt, which will probably end when the bell goes, leaving us...
Do you see a difference between meditation and prayer?
Yeah, sorry.
Do you see a difference between meditation and prayer? Or do you see meditation as a type of prayer?
I like very much that way of putting it. I think it is a type of prayer. Surely there are kinds of prayer which are not encompassed by meditation, as I guess there are kinds of meditation which are not, couldn't be included in prayer. But there's a great area of overlap. And that's not surprising, because human beings, just as they have the same physical structure, seem to have the same inner structure, mode of being. And both for prayer and for meditation, when the person is trying to do the truth, then you're up against something which is very basic and very simple. You're just there in what is there. When I come before God, my intention is the same, whether I'm praying or meditating. And the hindrances are the same. And the opportunity, the grace, the openness, the light that comes in, the taste and flavour of it is the same.
But don't you think that Buddhist meditation is more passive than Christian prayer?
I think that it's for the Christian, we recognise that prayer is a journey and there are different stages. And certainly there comes a stage, and it's the birthright of every Christian, in which receptivity, passivity is the hallmark of one's relationship with God, in which God is the doer, God is the one who prays, God is the one who bestows fullness of life, and our part is willing receptivity.
So just to conclude, I think in the context of the decline of formal Christian practice in the West, I think it could be argued that we could even say that Christianity owes a debt of thanks to the Indic traditions, not only for what they offer in and of themselves, but for sparking renewed interest in Christianity's own meditative practices. In the end, whether it's Buddhist meditation or Christian practice, these are just labels for lived experience. We are conscious beings cast into existence. We can label the existence, we can react to it, we can get wholly caught up in it. But when we get sufficient perspective on it, we see it as a mystery. We're just there in what is there, as Mother Rosemary puts it. We're just here in what is here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alan, very much for these words. The Oriental influence in Western culture and civilization today happens very often, thanks to the globalization, but it happened much time ago to one of the fundaments of the Christian, mostly the Catholic Church of today, is based in monastic life, which was learned from the fathers and mothers of the desert in Syria. This was a contemplative life. This, in the monasteries, was lived often behind walls and not so much in the society. Now meditation has come to society. We had former influences of the Orient, of the Far Orient. Some people believe that Jesus Christ stood in India. There's no historical evidence of this. But we have historical evidence of an important Greek philosopher we will now hear about, who stood with Alexander the Great, I think 5 centuries before our time, in India. He stood in India, and this is historic. And he founded the skeptical philosophy, which is one of the basic Greek philosophies in which the Western civilization is rooted. I present you the Lama Tromsø Dorje. He comes from Finland to us. He's ordinated yogi in the 𝐴𝐴 lineage of the Nyingma school. By profession, he is journalist. He has an MA in comparative literature and philosophy.
Thank you, Ulrich, for your kind introduction. Good morning, Kuntu Sampola. Happy Guru Rinpoche Day, everyone. It is a great honor to be speaking in this very glorious conference. For quite a few years now, I have been going back to the classics of philosophy, which I studied in university. And I've been reading these Western philosophy books from the point of view of Buddhism, but not from the point of view of Buddhist philosophy, but from the experiential practice tradition of Dzogchen. And I've been really excited with what I have discovered, and it's my great pleasure to briefly speak to you about one of the interesting threads that I found. And this concerns the first European Buddhist and his heritage of hidden meditation tradition within Western philosophy. It is this man, Piro of Elis. So, as Ulrich already said, he traveled with the great Alexander on Alexander's campaign across Persia all the way to ancient India. Before that, Piro was an artist, and in the kingdom of Gandhara, he encountered, according to Greek sources, naked wise men. And for 1.5 years, he studied and practiced with them. And after he returned, the Greek sources say that he had adopted a most noble philosophy. His state of mind was so impressive that the common people and also the philosophers like Zenon, the founder of Stoicism, greatly revered him. And he became a teacher. Several scholars, also me, we believe quite firmly that these yogis he found were Buddhists. There are evidence for this, which I will very briefly explain in a minute. So he started really a revolution in Western philosophy. Like Ulrich said, he started the school of skepticism, which is nowadays a very varied, multifaceted tradition. But what we could say about the essence of skepticism is that it doubts the possibility of knowledge. And when the skeptical school was introduced in Greece, it was very different from all the others. All the other philosophical schools in Greece had the common notion that the way to recognize the essence of reality was to find the correct way to think about it. Then they had different theories. But the skeptics said, no, guys, that's not the way to do it. The way to recognize the essence of reality is to develop a different relationship with the thinking mind. And we as Buddhists, we know that this is the case. So this was the revolution that arose when these two traditions met, when Piro sat down to practice with these yogis in Taxila in Gandhara. We know very little of Piro. 95% of all texts in antiquity have been destroyed. This is a section from the most useful text that we have left. And when I encountered this text for the first time, it was like, in Japan, they have these little paper pills. And you put them in water, and they grow into these beautiful paper flowers. So this text to me felt like a pill of paper. And when I put it in the water of meditative experience, it grew into this beautiful flower of recognition. I understand what he's speaking about 2,500 years ago from my own little experience. So there's much to say about this. I write about this in my book extensively, but I will draw your attention, please, to the words in bold. Piro says that the things themselves, everything that we experience, are indistinguishable and impermanent and undefinable. These are very recognizable terms to every Buddhist practitioner, of course. According to the Dzogchen teachings in which I have been trained, the main way that we maintain duality, the situation of samsara, is that we turn everything that we experience into reference points. The technical Tibetan term for reference point is za-te. So we do this because we don't like the emptiness qualities of things. We don't like them to be impermanent and undefined, so we want to ignore that. We want things to remain just as they are. This applies to people, phenomena, situations, and the content of our mind as well. And we do this mainly by thinking. So Piro points to these qualities and says, hang on, look at these. This is essential. If we don't do this, we don't understand phenomenal reality. So the method that he used, the 𝐴𝐴𝐴, which was described on the previous slide, points towards letting go of reference points, the empty state. And the result of this method is called ataraxia. It has been translated as unperturbedness, not being distracted, having a calm state of mind. But there's more to it. Before Piro adopted this term to use to describe the fruit of his practice, this term had one single usage in Greek culture. It was the ideal state of a mind of a warrior before going into battle. Now, some people might wonder, what does warriorship have to do with Buddhism? We have already heard in this great conference that is quite essential, actually. But what I think this refers to is a translation of a particular state of mind. And to illustrate this, I will paraphrase something from my teacher, 𝐁𝐴𝐿 Rinpoche, in his book, Rays of the Sun. So what does a warrior have to do when she enters the field of battle? She has to let go of her life, her family, her possessions, everything. There is the real possibility that she will not return. She has to let go of all the reference points of her existence. If she holds on to them, she will be afraid and not be competent in battle. Ataraxia, the mind of a warrior, also points to letting go of all the reference points of our life and accepting death. Emptiness from the perspective of duality looks like death. So, in my interpretation, both Piro's method and the result point towards emptiness. Piro inspired a great tradition of skeptical philosophy which evolved and changed and became very influential. Let's look at 2 points in the history of Western philosophy where this influence manifested. Now we move 2,000 years ahead to this gentleman, the French philosopher René Descartes, who famously said, "Cogito ergo sum," I think, therefore I am. He is considered to be the beginning of modern philosophy. At Descartes' time, the skeptics, the heritage of Piro's tradition, were quite popular among the free thinkers of the time. They wanted to leave behind the Middle Ages, the traditions, the old philosophy, and the Catholic tradition as well. They questioned authorities. The doubt of the skeptics informed this doubt, Piro's tradition. Descartes also wanted to found a new philosophy, but he didn't like the skeptics because he wanted to found certainty. He wanted to found a basis for science. So he had a cunning plan. He wanted to use the method of the skeptics against them. He wanted to display that there is something that is beyond doubt. Descartes' major work, Meditations on First Philosophy, is modeled after the Christian meditation manuals, which were very popular at his time. The text narrator, the meditator, he doubts everything, his perceptions, his sanity, even the laws of nature, everything. He basically removes all the reference points from his life and his experience to find something that he can hold on to. A contemporary philosopher of Descartes said that this method means that he empties his mind. These were his words from the 17th century. Well, this emptying of the mind, Pirow's method, it actually worked a bit too well. It backfired on Descartes. He found himself in a very uncomfortable situation, which he called the gurgitem. This is like a whirlpool in the ocean, which sucks everything in and which you lose all orientation. And he writes that he couldn't feel the ground beneath his feet. This is another Japanese paper pill, which I recognized. When you let go in meditation, as most of you know, and you come to the brink of emptiness, you let go of reference points, it can be a frightening experience. And to me, this is what Descartes' meditator found. And what saved him was the cogito. So let me paint the picture once again. We have the situation where the people who are the inheritors of Pirow's tradition, the first Buddhists in Europe, they are very influential. Descartes wants to argue against them using Pirow's method, and comes to the brink of emptiness. And here he discovers cogito, the moment which starts all of modern philosophy of the human subject. As a Buddhist, I find this really, really fascinating. So, now we move ahead, because time is limited. 300 years to this German gentleman, Edmund Husserl, who founded the philosophical tradition of phenomenology, which is very influential nowadays. It is the study of phenomena, appearances, and the process of appearing, how phenomena appear in our mind. It's an introspective tradition. Here, the key discovery is called reduction. Another word for it, he borrowed straight from Pirow, the epoché. Epoché and reduction, they're technically a little bit different. For our purposes, they're the same. So the epoché is a revolutionary change in individual experience. The reduction, it's not a matter of thinking. Husserl says that it is a matter of practice. It is a way of experiencing the mind differently. Tons of books have been written about it because it is not easy to understand, let alone explain to someone else. But let me finger paint a little. Before the reduction, we are aware of the objects of perception as real things out there, the process of reference points which I described. After the reduction, the perspective changes, and we are aware of our act of perceiving the objects. So we look at our act of perception instead of the object. Again, very familiar to meditators. And when this happens, behind the cognitive movements we identify with, we notice that there is another kind of mind, an awareness which we are awakened to by the reduction. It breaks the spell of permanence which we create with these reference points, and we realize that the senses and the objects of the senses are inseparable. They occur simultaneously. Husserl himself said that the reduction is like a religious conversion. One of his most important students, Eugen Fink, this is a quote, "The process of phenomenological reduction bears similarities to methods of Buddhist meditation." And he says that through the reduction one finds one's own indestructible essence, which has until now been concealed by various conceptions of selfhood. You know, this is very recognizable language. To conclude, the Greek philosopher Pyrrho expressed the Buddhist method of meditation in Greek culture and the language of his time, and it takes philosophy beyond thought. The philosopher lets go of referentiality, and this changes their relationship to phenomena and their own mind. And by this, a hidden meditative tradition is revealed within the heart of Western philosophy. It aims at the transformation of the human being through a methodical approach to experience. And this discovery offers new possibilities for a dialogue between Buddhist and Western philosophical traditions. The skeptical philosopher and historian of philosophy Richard Popkin has said that skepticism is an anonymous letter from history which challenges every philosopher who thinks that they have figured it out, that they have the right theory. Well, I think maybe the letter was not anonymous. Maybe it was a letter from the Buddha. And that is why the book that I have written is titled A Letter from the Buddha, A Buddhist History of Western Philosophy, coming out in Finnish this autumn, maybe someday in English. Thank you very much for your kind attention. It has been a privilege.
Thank you so much for this travel through the last 2,500 years of philosophy and how this traveled along the world. I see the roots and where Buddhism came in these roots of Western civilization. The nowadays state of Western civilization seems not to be very philosophic. But the growing influence of Buddhism in the Western world maybe can help. I hope so. Next, I have the honor to introduce David McMahon. He is professor of religious studies at Franklin and Marshall College in Pennsylvania, where he teaches classes on Asian religion and philosophy. His research is on the interface of Buddhism and modernity, including its interactions with science, psychology, literature, romanticism, and transcendentalism. His latest book is on the ways that Buddhist and Buddhist-derived meditation is understood and practiced in different cultural and historical contexts, ancient and modern. He has also written on ancient Buddhist literature in India. He also makes some things to look at and things to listen to. I'm happy to have him as last speaker, as this can be a bit put together all what we heard from the other speakers.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the organizers for inviting me. It's an honor to be here. And thank you all for coming. So what I'm going to present today is rooted in a couple of projects which were started by a grant from the Mind and Life organization. And it involved people mostly in the humanities and social sciences thinking about the scientific study of meditation. And so this resulted in one edited volume with a lot of different, some philosophers, anthropologists, religious study scholars, called Meditation, Buddhism, and Science, and a more recent publication that I published expanding on some of these themes called Rethinking Meditation. And part of this, what I'm going to present today is just a little slice of the latter book. And it started out with my coming across a podcast that I found kind of funny and interesting and maybe a little disturbing. And it was an interview with a neuroscientist that these podcasters were doing. And they were envisioning the possibility of what they called an enlightenment machine, a kind of brain scanning machine that could, in their words, assess where you are on the neural map of meditative cartographies, and thereby possibly accelerating the process towards advanced meditative states and even towards enlightenment itself. They said it could provide empirical data and objective assessment of your practice, adjudicate claims by teachers to some sort of enlightenment or advanced spiritual status, and maybe even send data back to a central database to be used for others to help them chart their neural course through these different stages of enlightenment. And they were being a little bit playful. I think nobody really thought this was going to happen next year or anything, but I think the underlying ideas were there, and interestingly are shared by more mainstream scientists studying meditation. And in fact, there are a few less ambitious meditation and enlightenment machines out there. And if you look at some of the marketing language for some of these, they're basically kind of EEG machines that you can put on your head. They promise that you can experience the benefits of meditation without the uncertainty. They confer objective information about states of mind. They measure your brain activity and give real-time feedback to help guide your meditative practice. So all of these, again, sort of have a certain underlying implicit ideas, and that's what I'm interested in here, and I'm interested in sort of moving towards maybe some alternative ideas. So the underlying ideas, I think, first of all, is that meditation is in part about gaining an objective view on the model of science of subjective contents of experience, and that's mainly what it's about, or getting the brain into a specific state that is repeatable, testable, and observable through various neuroimaging machines. And to expand on the second point, it implies the self as brain. Personhood is essentially identical with the brain and its functions. Some scholars have called this the neurochemical self or the cerebral subject. And there's also a kind of faith in brain scanning machinery that it captures a kind of visual proof of brain activity. And there's a huge amount of debate about that. Just what is it that you can discern through, say, an fMRI scan? What does it mean? How do we interpret it? Some people have called it blobology because you see all these blobs and you're sort of interpreting it like a Rorschach test. And so those are sort of the two underlying ideas, and the implications and assumptions for the study of contemplative practices is that, again, meditation, spiritual practice, enlightenment itself is a matter of getting the brain into a certain state. That mental states have certain neural signatures, and since all brains are essentially the same, this must be the same for everybody everywhere, and that it's impossible, at least in theory, to track these objectively through various brain scanning devices. Now, what I want to suggest is missing from all this, and I'm not against this kind of study. I'm actually very interested in the, people putting meditators into MRI machines and seeing where the blood is going in their brain and so on, and trying to figure out objective data for that. But what makes me uncomfortable as a historian of religion is what this leaves out. And I think what it leaves out is context. It also implies a kind of theater of the mind model, which, as we've just heard, sort of is a Western model coming from Descartes, a picture of the mind as a container of thoughts that can be observed through introspection, and that accurate access to things is basically through a kind of disengaged observation that presumes a kind of neutrality, and that meditation is defined is a kind of refined method of observing interior states, the stream of consciousness, or laws of nature operating within the mind and ascertaining them with a kind of idealized objective clarity like scientific investigation. So for a possible move away from that model, I want to start with an observation of the philosopher Evan Thompson, who has written a lot on Buddhism. And he was the co-author, you may know, with Francisco Varela of a very seminal book in cognitive sciences called The Embodied Mind. And he says in a recent article, actually in one of the pieces in my volume, that he used to see mindfulness as a special kind of inner observation of a mental stream whose phenomenal character is independent of such observation. In other words, sort of like a super telescope that just sort of allows you to zero in on parts of your mind, and that those parts are sort of there no matter what is going on. And now he's sort of changed his understanding of mindfulness to suggest that mindfulness is rather an integrated exercise of a host of cognitive, affective, and bodily skills in situated action. It's a species of embodied and active social and cultural activity. And he suggests on the basis of that the inadequacy of a purely neurological account of mindfulness. It's as if one were to try to find a kind of neurological account of good parenting. You know, it's something that doesn't just happen in the lab, it's something that pervades your whole life, it's a whole way of being. So it's that I think the sciences and the scientific study of meditation need to start taking more account of. That is, the idea of the broader context of human life that's happening outside the laboratory. One way to think of this broader context was suggested by the philosopher Charles Taylor. It's a term called the social imaginary. And this is a kind of intersubjectively shared life world along the lines of Husserl. I'm glad you set this up nicely. And we could see this in the context of meditation as a sort of nested set of concerns. So for any meditator, there are going to be some very central beliefs, ethical orientation, goals, concepts, values that are implicit or explicit within the meditative practice. And so there's a certain philosophy of meditation, there's a certain philosophy of what you're supposed to be doing, there's an ethical dimension to it. And then that is all nestled in a larger social cultural context, which has social forms, cultural habits and norms, implicit understandings, default intuitions, and then large-scale social political structures, institutions, physical conditions, and even how one envisions the cosmos, I think, can make a real difference. Do we live in a kind of empty, cold, vast universe, maybe sort of accidental specks of life merging here and there, or do we live in a cycle of rebirth? There are many possible ways of envisioning the cosmos and envisioning what you're doing in it. So, this suggests, if we want to reconceive of meditation, that a kind of study of meditation that takes into account all these things, it would suggest that meditative practices are ways of cultivating particular sensibilities, dispositions, aspirations, moral intuitions, and elevated states within specific taxonomies in a tradition, which in turn are interwoven into a social imaginary. And such practices do particular kinds of work that can only make sense in terms of that complex network of contextual factors. Again, doctrinal, ethical, social, cultural, natural, national, and cosmic. This is why I'm sort of trying to shift from just the question, how do meditative practices work, which implies that they are kind of going to work exactly the same way for everybody in any cultural situation, to what work do these practices do in a particular situation. This involves reconditioning as well as deconditioning. It involves a certain kind of experience negotiation. In other words, in the West, we tend to take independent interior experience as ultimately authoritative. But if you study meditation with a teacher, many of you I'm sure know, And your experience, your interpretation of your experience is really a kind of negotiation, you know. You go to your meditation teacher and say, hey, guess what? I've just achieved enlightenment. And he's going to say, yeah, let's talk about it. Let's negotiate that. That's right. So, and of course, the Zen tradition is very notable for that sort of tussling. Meditative experience, in this sense, then, is not just the private empirical observation of mental contents, but is a kind of dialogical process in systemic relation to, say, one's teacher, to the tradition, to the broader culture and its categories and ideals, not just private mental states or neural states. So, one way to start thinking about consciousness, not just contained in the head, is there are a number of models for this, but one emerging out of the phenomenological tradition is a kind of embodied cognition model. And illustrating that, Alva Noe says, to understand consciousness, the fact that we think and feel and that the world shows up for us, we need to look at a larger system of which the brain is only one element. Consciousness is not something the brain achieves on its own. Consciousness requires the joint operation of brain, body, and world. Indeed, consciousness is an achievement of the whole animal in its environmental context. To have a mind requires more than a brain. So, I think if we imagine then the different possibilities for how people might do even a very simple practice like breath awareness, and you imagine somebody doing that in a corporate mindfulness class in which a lot of the underlying motivation is to make workers more efficient, versus doing that same practice in a very traditional Buddhist framework where you're thinking of a cycle of rebirth and karma and the possibility of attaining enlightenment. Or if you're thinking of it, if you're doing the practice within a kind of psychological model or a Western philosophical model. These all have real differences. And these, I think, in the study of meditation need to be taken account of. So in that sense, again, if we're going to rethink contemplative science, meditative practice is not simply a matter of getting the brain into a certain state, but rather is a practice systemically intertwined with the practitioner's social, cultural, and cosmic world. And context is not just kind of an extra layer on top of the practice, but is essential to these practices and partially constitutive of contemplative experiences. One problem for the scientific study of meditation, too, is if we're to take this idea seriously, it means that the isolation of meditation from the rest of life for the sake of scientific study may inevitably distort how it works in people's lives. And also I want to emphasize that this cultural account of meditation doesn't mean that we're trapped in our social imaginaries and that meditation merely produces experiences that are prefigured by them. In fact, I argue in the book that meditation does in fact disrupt many dominant assumptions, helps create new ideas, and reconfigure the social imaginary, producing novel experiences. So, the reason then that I think I'm skeptical of the Enlightenment machine is that it basically, rather than giving us simply objective facts about the brain, it is necessarily programmed with the programmer's particular religious, philosophical ideas, taxonomies, and these would be encoded in the machine as measures of spiritual progress. So what is enlightenment? What is the version of enlightenment that's going to be programmed into the machine? Is it transcendence of the cycle of karma and rebirth? Is it union with Brahman or Yahweh? Is it a Maslowian peak experience? So, to conclude, the general suggestions would be to recontextualize contemplative practices, to integrate scientific evidence with literature with evidence from literature, sociology, anthropology, religious studies, philosophy, and history. Measure what is measurable, certainly, but not make the mistake of thinking that these scientific measurements get down to the real facts about meditation, to which other data are extraneous. Again, these social factors, and an attempt to bring all these together systemically. Thank you very much.
No. Thank you very much, David. I had the thought now that this enlightening machine, the basic error may be that in Western culture we are tended to think that we enlighten ourselves. And if you believe this firmly, we are out of the part we are of the all. And this enlightenment is, in this way, is absolutely impossible, I think. So maybe I observe an aspect of brain activity which can lead to enlightenment with these machines. But I don't think that it can be more. I think there's much wisdom in Buddhism and other religions too, that you cannot miss with machines. Such idea for me. Now we have the time for questions and answers.
I have a question regarding inspiration and meditation from the Quaker perspective. There are, as you mentioned, many traditions that have inspiration, and you even gave the example of what we could call a Quaker, like divine madman. You also mentioned that there's not so much the guru relationship. Now, in situations with inspiration, whether we call it crazy wisdom or divine inspiration, there have unfortunately been many cases of abuse. The FLDS and Liberian group among the Mormons are key. But we have not seen these so much, in my experience, among the Quakers. And we also had the point brought up by Professor McMahon, if you go to your teacher and say, "Score, I'm enlightened," he's going to say, "Let's check you on this." Without that sort of hierarchy or teacher relationship, how, in your opinion, have Quakers, by and large, avoided some of these very dangerous pitfalls that others have fallen into? Thank you.
One part of the answer is we have queries to focus our meditation. For example, the queries at my meeting house last week were, how do we acknowledge those who never speak but anchor our meetings? And secondly, how do we ensure that our children feel comfortable at meeting? So, you know, it's often said, I'm repeating myself here, that we're looking for the inner teacher, but we do have outer teachers, mostly our parents, other elders, and you know, we do consult with them. So the idea is that we're all capable of being preachers. We all have the divine light within us. But in practice, it's our elders and finding ways to integrate our children in meeting.
Thank you. Let me do justice to my participation in this workshop in the presence of luminaries, galaxy of luminaries, 𝐿 Rinpoche, and academicians. All papers, presentations are wonderful, well-researched, enlightening, enriching, like Quakers are the Shakers, and Ritu warning us that we discuss mindfulness but no action. Now, however, let me confine my question to Ellen. When you talk about the Christianity and the Buddhism working together, And how mindful are you? The differences, for example, although a lot of studies have done, there are people here in this hall from the University of Virginia. They have the division called Perceptual Studies, focusing on the reincarnation and life after death. And then you have the karmic law, etc., etc. So how mindful are you when you work together, and are these impediments or complement, supplement? How do you overcome? This is what I would like to hear from you. I do agree, like Norman Pele. He has written books on positive thinking. Like he's a minister in a church in New York. And he doesn't acknowledge though, but I read all of his books, but based on all those Buddhist values and principles. Ellen, can you elaborate, enlighten briefly though? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Of course, and that cuts to, it's such a key area for the relationship between religions. And I can only say from my own learning experience from Buddhist practice, that it's practice rather than dogma. And once we get onto dogma, we can just have endless conversations. So somehow it's in the meeting of practice that as we connect and have the trust, and maybe that's a wonderful thing that one learns also in Bhutan, that there's a trust between people, and so when there's disagreement, when the trust is there, at least you can engage on the disagreement. So I think if we can start building trust, even though we hold very different dogmatic positions, and we are together in practice, then we can at least move forward and agree to disagree at times. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, thank you for very wonderful presentation, very inspiring. My question is again for Mr. Allen. So to this little boy who wanted to grow up to be a Buddhist monk, what are you now? That's just the first part of the question. And the second part of the question, one of you can answer. So that is, I am a Vipassana practitioner for the past 6 months. I'm a beginner. We do this because I'm a teacher, I'm a mother, so I want to be the best mother. I want to be a good teacher. I want to be best at everything. So we do meditation. But when we talk to the advanced meditators, they say that the more you meditate, the less ambitious you become. What are your comments on that? Yes, 2 parts.
So I think I'll have to share my wife's observations about me and my practice. She said that this is, it'd be easier to be a Buddhist monk, wouldn't it? So I think being a householder has given plenty of opportunity to practice letting go, non-attachment, and a lot of questions. But I am at a stage where I would really love, I do have attention, I would love to, I'm so grateful to be here. I mean, actually, I've switched off, I'm not on data, I'm switching off on Wi-Fi, I'm not allowing calls to come in, and I'm feeling the draw to not go back. But anyway, I'm just trying to practice in daily life. Yeah, thank you.
I'm a neuroscientist myself, right? And I know a lot
It's okay. Okay, so I just wanted to clarify a little bit, I think, what you just said, because from my own experience as being a, somehow neuroscientist involved since 20 years in this kind of bridging between neuroscience and contemplative science, I don't think that the guy you cited, right, with the brain machine is actually making justice to how we think. Because we are all rooted in, I think, the tradition of Francisco Varela, who was kind of founder of Mind in Life together with His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and he is rooted in an embodied mind tradition, right? He was founding basically the whole idea of neurophenomenology. So I don't think that we are, actually none of us would think like what you said about this guy you cited with this neuromachine, and I don't think this is the goal of doing the science. I totally agree that there is something what we call now mindfulness going on a lot in America, which is just marketing of imaging tools which are total nonsense. I mean, just seeing this image and you being a neuroscientist, it's nonsense. You cannot even measure brainwaves just with something. But that's something which I think we would also distance ourselves, right? That's kind of a marketing stuff. But if you do real neuroscience, we actually value subjective phenomenological experience as much as having a brain correlate. But you can imagine if you want to do cultural neuroscience, how difficult it is to match that with brain science, because you can't take a brain imaging machine out into the wild, right? So you have constraints just with the methodology, but it doesn't mean that the philosophical and theoretical background of what we are interpreting in the mind is then reduced to thinking that this is the only thing which matters, right? And we discussed this morning, Francisco Varela also distinguished between first person, third person perspective and the second person perspective. And now Otto Scharmer enlarged it with the fourth person perspective, which I think is a very good idea, by bringing the environment into the picture of study. So the fourth person perspective would be the systemic view on how to study these things. Just wanted to see whether I think it's more like a middle path, right? And not this kind of controversy, all or none, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I use the example of the guys talking about the enlightened machine as a kind of extreme, kind of funny example that illustrates maybe some tendencies we can talk about. I don't want to name names, but I think there are some people doing research on meditation who are somewhat reductive in their understanding of the brain. And that's not even to say that it needs to be a kind of supernatural thing. It can be simply more, I think, mainly what I'm interested in is more of an integration of the humanistic elements that are deeply, deeply involved in meditative traditions, and that those can't be simply written out and dismissed in favor of, what shows up on an MRI machine or something like that, that we need the textual traditions, we need to understand these things, we need to understand the practice environment, the practice content, the context of various traditions and how they practice in the communities and the cultural context and so on. So yeah, it's mainly just an argument for including those all together, and that's a difficult thing to do because you can't know everything, right? I mean, it takes a lifetime to learn neuroscience, it takes a lifetime to struggle your way through Sanskrit texts or Tibetan texts and so on. So it takes collaborative effort, I think. Yeah.
Thank you, David. I have to close now this session. The time is off. Thank you very much to the speakers. And to the questions we had.
I would like to request all the participants to join for the tea and snacks outside.
Hello? 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 Honorable speakers, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. Welcome to the second session of the day. Well, I'm Pema Yangzo, a staff here at Center for Bhutan and JNet Studies. To begin with, may I introduce our session chair, Mr. Naung Thokme. It's an honor and a privilege to give your introduction. Mr. Naung Thokme is a seasoned research librarian and scholar specialized in Tibetan, Buddhist, and contemplative studies. He currently serves as the research librarian in Tibetan, Buddhist contemplative studies at the University of Virginia Library, where he has worked for over 28 years. He also acts as a liaison for the University of Virginia Contemplative Sciences Center, the Department of Religious Studies, and the University of Virginia Tibet Center. Mr. Thokme earned his Master of Arts in Tibetan and Indian Buddhist philosophy in 1992 and his Bachelor of Arts in 1990 from the Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies in Sarnath, Varanasi in India. His undergraduate studies focused on Tibetan, Sanskrit, and English languages, as well as Buddhist philosophy and political science. He is fluent in Tibetan, Hindi, Ladakhi, English, and Sanskrit, a multilinguistic person indeed. From 1993 to 1997, he lectured on Tibetan language and Buddhism at University of Virginia's Center for South Asian Studies, where he also worked as a researcher. In 1992, he contributed as a translator for East-West dialogue in North America. Between 2014 and 2018, Mr. Naung Thokme presented on Tibetan Buddhist science and philosophy for Tibetan Entrepreneurs Fellowship Program. In addition to his academic support roles, he is an active contributor to Tibetan studies. His 2017 ebook, The Tibetan Name Dictionary, was later archived in the University of Virginia's Tibetan and Himalayan Digital Library in 2021. He currently has 2 manuscripts in production, for which we would like to wish him all the best. May I now pass on the floor to the session chair, Mr. Naung Thokme. Tashidile, and thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Pamela, for the wonderful introduction. I'm pleased and honored to chair this morning's session. I sincerely thank CBS President Daisho Kamala and his team for organizing this important and huge conference. You guys did and are doing an excellent job. Thank you, and Katin Chela. The theme of this morning's session is Many Rivers, One Ocean, Multicultural Wisdom. Thank you. Multicultural Wisdom and Global Spirituality. If I mispronounce any of speakers' name or something in your topic. I'm truly sorry. So this morning, our first speaker is Professor Miguel Alvarez Ortega, Kyoto University, University of Seville. The speaker topic is meditation under the religious clauses of the American Constitution. Professor Miguel has an academic background in law, linguistic, and translation studies. After completing his PhD in contemporary Western philosophy of law, he studied Buddhist philosophy and Tibetan language at the Rangchung Yishi Institute in Kathmandu and Sanskrit at Kyoto University. Currently, his main research lines deals with the Buddhist approach to law, politics, public ethics with a focus on the Himalayas. He is an associate professor at the Kyoto University Graduate School of Law and Seville Law School, Spain. His latest publications include the collective volume, Traditional Neighbors, Different Modernities, Bhutan Scheme and Mon Region, and Spanish monograph on human rights in Asian tradition. Our second speaker is 𝐿𝐶 𝐿𝐶, in bracket 𝐿𝐶 Groom, independent scholar. Speaker topic is Enlightenment in the Bubble Belt, the integration and evolution of esoteric Buddhism and mindfulness meditation in the American South. 𝐿𝐶 𝐿𝐶 is an interdisciplinary religious studies scholar, head of Tekchen Leshe-Ling Nanri, Nepal, Khotan Nanri, Tibet, and principal project manager of Dekang Institute, Parping, Nepal. Rinpoche's academic potential in bachelor, master, and Cambridge degree equivalent to PhD in Buddhist philosophy from Saja College, where he also served as a lecturer. His interdisciplinary education further encompassed a bachelor in psychology from Help University, Malaysia 2020, and master in religious study from Georgia State University, USA 2025, where he currently serves as a lecturer, graduate student of Religious Study Department. His award include an honorary Cambridge degree from the government of Nepal through the Minister of Culture, Tourism, and Civil Aviation 2019. The Outstanding Graduate Student Award of 2024-2025 for Religious Study Faculty of Georgia State University. His current research investigates under gender-based educational disparities between nuns and monks within Tibetan monastic higher education system. Our third speaker is Person Shivarama Krishnan Nair, international meditation teacher and trustees of Art of Living. The speaker topic is expanding consciousness and being autonomous. Person Nair is a distinguished international meditation teacher and trustee of the Art of Living, one of the world's largest volunteer-driving organizations funded by global humanitarian and spiritual leader Gurudev Shri Shri Ravi Shankar. For about 2 decades, he has dedicated himself full-time to the mission of enhancing individual well-being and fostering global peace through meditation, spiritual wisdom, and social initiatives. His role as a trustee of Art of Living Trust India, he helps oversee programs that reduce stress, promotion mental clarity, innovation, and inner harmony. He has held several key leadership positions within the organization, including director of Shri Shri Ravi Shankar Vidya Mandir Trust and a chairman of the Shri Shri Institute of Advanced Research. He is seasoned teacher of programs like the Advanced Meditation Program, Sahit Samadhi, and Happiness Program. He has also represented the organization at the United Nations Forum and International Conference. His expertise in large-scale event management include leading role in landmark gatherings such as World Culture Festival in 2016 in New Delhi, which hosted 3.7 million people from 155 countries. His journey reflects a deep commitment to service, consciousness expansion, and human upliftment. Our fourth speaker is J.C. Chang. The speaker topic is meditating on 3 jewels. range year 1920 to 2011, interpretation and pedagogical approach. PhD student from University of Hong Kong. Ms. Jessie Cheng is a PhD candidate at the Center for Buddhist Study, University of Hong Kong. Her current research focuses on Sino-Tibetan, particularly the teachings of Chinese masters who traveled to Lhasa for monastic education during the Republican period, as well as the transmission of their teachings through the Dharma era. Following a professional in international finance and investment, Ms. Chang has served as a pro bono English translator for several Chinese-based monastery and Buddhist masters since 2016. She received the Master Xingye Award for Excellence from CBS 2020. Our fifth speaker is 𝐿, PhD candidate, Department of Philosophy, University of Delhi. The speaker topic is a critical review of Kalyang or Kalyun understanding of the Amitabha Dana Sutra. 𝐿 was born in a traditional Buddhist family in South Korea. In his early 20s, he happened to read Art of Happiness written by His Holiness Dalai Lama and become interested in Buddhism. He entered the Department of Buddhist Study at Dongguk University and studying hard, he graduated with magna cum laude. He came into contact with the Indian Culture Center and with the recommendation of Indian Sanskrit Guruji, he began studying as an ICCR scholar in Department of Philosophy at Delhi University. He graduated Master of Philosophy course from Hindu College, University of Delhi in First Division. He is currently in his third year of the PhD program. His fields of expertise is Pure Land Buddhism and Hindu Bhakti philosophy. He has also participated in academic conferences held in India, Sri Lanka, Malaysia, Ireland, where he presented 9 research papers. Our sixth speaker is Sen Yi, PhD student, Dongguk University Wise. The speaker topic is the rays of Vajrayana meditation, practice, and teaching in contemporary Korea. Sen Yi is a PhD student in Buddhist study at Dongguk University, Wise, Gyeongju, South Korea, where her research focused on the tantric classification system of the Nyingma school of Tibetan Buddhism, particularly as presented in Jigme Lingpa's Yondenzo. She earned her master's degree, Master in Buddhist Study, at the same institution with thesis on Dzogchen. Exploring its historical development, theory, stages of practice, he has contributed to the academic understanding of Tibetan Buddhism in Korea through both scholarly research and translation work. As a research assistant for the Ma Youth Party translation project, she participated in foundational effort to render key Buddhist terminology in Korean. Her published works include study on Bartu and Jitu ritual. She has also translated a wide range of Tibetan texts and teaching. Liturgical, philosophical, meditative into Korean, including work by Longchenpa, Jigme Lingpa, and Mipam Rinpoche. Her work reflects a deep commitment to integrating academic inquiry with the lived traditions of Tibetan Buddhist practice. Our seventh or the last speaker is 𝐿𝐴, in bracket Yujing. The speaker topic is the perfect meditation method of the ear faculty in the Surangama Sutra, the terminal to peace. 𝐿𝐴 is a Chinese bhikshuni and graduate of the Master of Buddhist Counseling Program at the University of Hong Kong. Her current research interests focus on integrating Buddhist Sutra with Buddhist counseling approaches. Her recent academic work include attending inner peace amida the thermal setting sun meditation in the Amitabha Dana Sutra, 2024. Her bachelor thesis was published by Minman Buddhist College, include brief introduction to Vijnanapati Mantra and Artha 2017. Brief analysis on the thought of rule by contained in Buddhist Vienna 2016, the poem Impression of Mingnan Buddhist College 2016. I finished my reading. So now I invite Professor Mikkel to begin your presentation.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and thank you for attending my talk today. My gratitude goes to Dashokar Maura and the CPS staff for organizing this very stimulating conference and giving me the chance to exchange ideas with such knowledgeable colleagues. As we all know, and this very conference is a great example, mindfulness and meditation programs have made their way into the wider society, namely with therapeutic and well-being purposes. The characterization of these programs as secular or religious is not only a matter of scholarly interest, but has clear legal repercussions. Since many of such programs are originated and developed in the United States, which presents a model of separation of church and state, I would like to examine how mindfulness programs fit within the framework of the religious clauses of the American Constitution. Particularly, I will focus on whether such programs, despite their alleged secular character, might constitute a covert form of Buddhist indoctrination, often referred to as stealth Buddhism, and even so, if they may still be regarded as constitutional. Well, here's a roadmap for today's talk. First, I lay out the legal and constitutional background within which we may identify different areas of relevance for mindfulness programs. Secondly, I will present an overview of the relevant Supreme Court decisions that need to be considered, and spoiler alert, there is no specific decision involving mindfulness yet, so there is a lot of speculation and relative cases we need to look into. I'll review the three major scholarly perspectives on the religious and secular characters of mindfulness, and after that, I'll take a more empirical approach and undertake a comparison between the features of mindfulness programs and Buddhist contemplative practices. Finally, I'll invite to consider the deeper cultural and constitutional myths behind critiques like stealth Buddhism and propose my own conclusions for discussion. Well, in the American Constitution, religion is written both as something that cannot be established or imposed by government, and this is usually referred to as a non-establishment clause, and something that should be freely exercised by citizens, and this is usually referred to as a free exercise clause. This implies that Buddhist-based meditation or mindfulness programs may have a different constitutional treatment depending on this secular or religious character. Here you can see a list of relevant areas where this may be relevant. Within them, I would like to focus on two specific contexts: schools, since it involves minors, and prisons, which involves inmates. And children and inmates are both groups of people particularly vulnerable and thus entitled to a special protection. As advanced earlier, mindfulness programs have not been directly challenged under the Constitution yet, so we have to look into relevant decisions involving the religion clauses. In this regard, several U.S. Supreme Court cases have defined how religion can and cannot appear in public institutions, particularly through the design of tests. For the context of schools, Engel v. Vitali found that the recitation of a prayer by students, even if non-denominational and voluntary, wasn't constitutional. Again, a school setting, in this case public aids for religious schools, originated the very famous Lemon Test. Here, constitutional legislation is expected to comply with three criteria. It must have a secular purpose, it must have a neutral effect on religion, meaning neither promoting nor hindering religion or impeding religion, and a non-excessive entanglement, meaning administrative interaction overlap with religious institutions. Another important device, the coercion test, was also created for the school context, pointing to the special vulnerability of students who might be subtly pressed to participate in religious activities. As for cases involving the prison context, several cases have emphasized the need to accommodate religious needs and practices of inmates, including Buddhists. In any case, the closest decision directly involving meditation is Malnak v. Yogi, What was under scrutiny here was a public school curriculum teaching transcendental meditation combined with the science of created intelligence, which rely heavily on neo-Vedantic elements and ritualistic components. The judges admitted the difficulties of determining what a religion is for the scope of the Lemon test, and found that the soteriological goal and the presence of ceremonies, spiritual teachers, and sacred texts were clear indicators. The program was invalidated, being classified as religious under the Establishment Clause. More importantly, more relevant maybe for us, Judge Arlene Adams' concurrence opinion suggested that transcendental meditation might be constitutionally permissible if taught merely as a technique without theological content and rituals. More recent Supreme Court decisions have established that a court-ordered participation in Alcoholics Anonymous programs with religious overtones, many of them in the US have a clear Christian orientation, is unconstitutional. So this could jeopardize similar court-ordered participation in Buddhist-based programs. It also found that yoga as a physical activity is secular and that is permissible. And it has also reiterated the need to accommodate religion in prison. In the case in here, it was the beer for Muslims. The length of the beer is regulated in prisons for security measures. And we could extrapolate these effects, for example, for Buddhists. We can think about the possession of certain meditation objects as an exception to forbidden personal items. If we move on to the domain of academic speculation, scholars have taken three main positions on whether mindfulness programs are religious or secular. Some claim they're secular by design, others claim they're inherently religious, and a third group believes it depends entirely on the context. And this, I think, is quite aligns with the presentation of Professor Matt Mahan beforehand. So, yes. So the first view emphasizes that mindfulness programs are therapeutic, evidence-based, and devoid of doctrine. So authors like Rosser and Cullen and Karen argue that since the delivery is neutral and their values are broadly humanistic, these programs need to be considered constitutional. The second view, championed by Brown and Engel, argues that mindfulness inevitably transmits Buddhist ethics and metaphysics, even without rituals. In this regard, Brown criticizes what she calls self-Buddhism, where spiritual values are sneakily framed as secular well-being, as an unlawful endeavor, or so she thinks. The strategic code switching, sometimes they would use Dharma words, other times they would use science words, the Buddhist training of teachers, and the non-neutral characters of the practices on therapies are identified as indicators that mindfulness programs are actually religious, and therefore they have no place in public schools or institutions. If we move on to the third view, presented by scholars like Judge and Zeller, it claims that constitutional character of mindfulness depends on the framing, the audience, and the setting. So it would be a prudent stance to avoid abstract judgments on mindfulness and assess programs on a case-to-case basis. And following that thread, to test these claims, I think it is useful to try to identify the key elements of mindfulness programs and compare them with those of Buddhist contemplative practices. Well, here I have identified the main mindfulness programs operating in schools and prisons, and I have tried to compare them with practices belonging to three major Buddhist traditions. In particular, I have looked into the following items: the structure of a typical session, the physical elements that are present, the presence of religious objects or rituals, the concepts conveyed, the framing of motivation, framing of goal, and finally the structured training. Well, sorry for the very crumbed slides. I have tried to put a lot of information there. These tables were created using official program materials that these organizations have and academic studies as well. And of course, due to time, we won't have time. We won't walk through each chart individually in detail. Instead, we will focus on the final table where I try to highlight key distinctions between secular programs and Buddhist practices. Well, this is a comparison of mindfulness programs for schools in Mind Up, Calm Classroom, and Inner Explorer. These charts shows the main programs used in prisons, and it is interesting to notice that the first of them openly admits Buddhist inspiration or the Buddhist spaces, which might cause certain problems, I would claim. And here is a chart when you can see the representative religious Buddhist practices from the Theravada tradition, Zen tradition, and the Vajrayana tradition. This is, of course, very selective and schematic, but I think it's still representative. Okay, here we go. So here is a comparative chart I was referring to. The table shows how secular programs typically avoid rituals, have secular goals, and use normally a psychological framing or a well-being framing. Buddhist contemplative practices, by contrast, are embedded in religious cosmology and typically aims at liberation or awakening as the ultimate goal. However, some concepts and values at times overlap, such as compassion or non-attachment, for example, which is where arguably concerns about the stealth Buddhism would persist. What I would like to argue here, and this is the main thesis of my presentation, is that what lies behind these accusations of indoctrination let me try again. What I will try to argue here is that the accusations of indoctrination and therefore unconstitutionality of Buddhist-based meditation programs would be two myths. One, which I have called that secularism is value, or secularism as value-free, and that religion, the second one would be that religion is unidimensional. Regarding the first one needs to acknowledge that all philosophical stances and educational or therapeutic programs transmit values. None of them are, nor can they be, neutral by definition. And the values promoted by Buddhism can be regarded as civic virtues from an American constitutional point of view. At the same time, personal growth scenes a common byproduct in people participating in programs and activities with a humanistic orientation. May they be meditation, counseling, or volunteering. So if people become interested in Dharma because they have practiced mindfulness, that doesn't necessarily to be a case of religious indoctrination, I could say. Every time we stop and think and engage in humanistic activities, somehow something seems to happen to us, and that leads people in different directions. Different studies show that actually Christians usually have their own Christian faith reinforced when they engage in mindfulness practice, as here we have seen some notable examples. As for the second myth, meditation or mindfulness do not need to be disassociated for Buddhism in order to legally be accommodated. Religious traditions are complex systems that include doctrines and rituals, but also universal ethics and useful techniques. Secular versions of meditation developed under the umbrella of Buddhist modernism do not need to exclude or undermine the religious versions of meditations. I would like to conclude that both secular and religious versions of Buddhist meditation are lawful parts of the public space under a constitution granting a separation of church and state. Mindfulness programs, even if susceptible of incurring in self-Buddhism, do not constitute a case of religious endorsement, and so do not present a case of violation of the Establishment Clause. They may coexist with and must be clearly distinguished from Buddhist contemplative practices, like the Buddha Dharma practice in prisons, which are protected by the Free Exercise Clause. Both may be, in any case, easily challenged, considering the current composition of the Supreme Court and the heated political climate in the United States. If we care for and value their existence, we should be ready to fight for them in the constitutional arena. Thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the outstanding presentation, Professor Mikkel. Now I invite 𝐿 𝐶𝐿 𝐿𝐭𝐚𝐧 to begin your presentation.
Yeah, this one. Second. First one. Sorry. No, close it. Yeah, the first one. First one. And then this one. Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. And my presentation is also about mindfulness, meditation, and when we say mindfulness practice, right? It has such a broad connotation. There's so much context to it. So when I say mindfulness meditation here, I'm specifically referring to the esoteric Buddhist context of mindfulness. So my paper is a final project for one of my graduate courses program at Georgia State University. And the paper is ethnographic research on shamatha or mindfulness meditation in Atlanta, in America South. So the center research question addresses how monastic presence fundamentally influence and maintain the ritual and instructional authenticity of mindfulness practice within these communities. This study seeks to understand whether the presence or absence of residential monk significantly impact on the preservation of lineage-based instructional authenticity and integrity in mindful practice and its implication. So through ethnographic approach and comparative analysis, supplemented by media and text analysis, my research investigates the evolution and adaptation of mindfulness meditation practice in America South. It examines the diverse Vajrayana Buddhist centers in Atlanta, and specifically Shambhala Meditation Center and Depo Losaling Meditation Center in Atlanta. So the investigation focuses on the contrasting community with permanent resident monk and those without. For my study, I have attended few meditation sessions at both Shambhala and Depong Losaling in Atlanta, Georgia. So I have interviewed meditation instructors, as well as I have interviewed several participants from both centers. The Depong Losaling has a permanent resident monk called Geshe Pindela, whose job is to provide meditation courses and ritual performance for the students on weekly basis, while Shambhala Meditation Center's management is mainly handled by non-celibate members, and the mindfulness is taught and guided by non-ordained senior members of the center. Both Shambhala and Depong Losaling conduct shamatha or mindful meditation session on Sundays at 11 a.m. However, the frequency and the instructional approach differs significantly between these two centers. So Depong Losaling arranges mindful sessions exclusively on first Sundays of each month, while Shambhala maintains a weekly schedule. Session duration for Losaling is about 1 hour and a half for instruction teachings, as well as sitting meditation practice. While it's about 1 hour for Shambhala, it divided into 3 sections: sitting meditation, and then walking meditation, and then they have philosophical discussion at the end. So it's divided into 3 different kind of categories. So to examine center's lineage instructional authenticity of its mindfulness meditation practice, one must first understand each center's lineage foundation of their mindfulness practice. So according to Geshe Pindela, the Depong Losaling's mindfulness instructions are primarily based on the stages of meditation by Kamala Shila, and as well as the stages of the path by Chuji Tsongkhapa. So in the stages of meditation by Kamala Shila, one of the main emphasis on the mindful mindfulness meditation's instruction is made on the defects of mindfulness and its counteragents. It states, I quote, mindfulness may suffer from some of following defects. 1, indolence. 2, negligence of object. 3, dullness. 4, excitedness. 5, lack of exertion. And 6, and last, too much exertion or overexertion. And the instruction highlights that one should develop 8 counteragents to bring about the abundance of these defects. They are namely faith, will, effort, ease, mindfulness, clear awareness, reflection, and equanimity. So my point being here again, mindfulness itself becomes the antidote of mindful meditation practice, right? So on the other hand, based on my research, like many of Karma meditation institutions, Shambhala's mindfulness meditation foundation is primarily based on the theory of knowledge by Njangwu Kondor Loduthaye. In the theory of knowledge, there is a very detailed guidelines of shamatha meditation that includes preliminary practice, actual practice, and dedication. So actual practice itself is also divided into 3 different major categories. And the importance of right bodily posture, guided instructions of mental activities and mental nuances in mindfulness, reflecting on the progression, signs, and symbols of mindfulness meditation. And the second category has a 3 different categories: mindfulness with visual object and without visual object, and mindfulness meditation on natural state of mind itself. In terms of the practice, at Depon Saling, 𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐶 the primary instructor, dedicates approximately 30 to 40 minutes to comprehensive meditation guidance based on the stages of meditation by Kamalashila's pedagogical structures. His instruction emphasizes 7 bodily posture of mindfulness meditation and systematically addresses the defects and its antidotes. As 𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐶 articulates, I quote, I make my instruction teaching as a preliminary practice. My meditation teaching's focus is usually on the 2 defects of dullness and excitedness and its counteragents. I teach them how they can apply mindfulness and awareness as an antidote to dullness and excitedness. So you can see the connection, right? The foundation of the lineage is mindful meditation versus the actual practice there. In contrast, instructor at the Shambhala guides participants based on personal meditative experience rather than lineage's pedagogical teachings. This approach prioritizes individuals' discovery and personal connections to the meditative states. As instructor Angela from Shambhala states, meditation, I quote, meditation is about finding peace and connecting deeper with oneself. So when we do the comparative analysis between these 2, at Shambhala, where resident monk guidance is absent, meditation sessions follow a flexible, participant-centered structure. Spanning approximately 1 hour, this session is incorporated alternating periods of sitting meditation for 10 minutes and then walking meditation 10 minutes. So many of our Dharma brothers and sisters, as well as scholars from Asia, are not maybe familiar with what walking meditation is a phenomenon, part of mindful meditation in the West. Okay, so they spend 10 minutes for the walking meditation, and then 10 minutes for the sitting meditation, then that cycle repeats. They usually conclude each session with a philosophical discussion based on a select state quote by the meditation instructor. Significantly, the object of meditation remains subjective and individualized in this section, okay? with no collective determined focus for the community as they engage in meditation. This individualized approach allows participants and practitioners to select personal meditation objects according to their immediate needs and preferences. As a participant, Elliot remarks, in meditation, quote, in meditation, I'm trying to find who I am instead of who I was and who I am when I'm walking, who I was and what I was when I'm walking. So the object of meditation, the object of mindfulness is very much subjective and individualized, even though they are practicing in a communal setting. This methodological flexibility reflects a significant departure from the traditional lineage-specific meditation protocols. However, Shambhala's approach indicates a very important point, which is the prioritization of individual agency over institutional or communal agency, community agency. This may increase likelihood of meeting participants' temporary psychological and emotional needs through engagement in meditation. For example, participant Isu says, when I walk in and when I walk out the center, the world looks very different. So you can see. Conversely, at Drepung Losaling Meditation Center, where Geshe Phende is resident instructor, their practice mainly follows the lineage instructions, and participants receive comprehensive lineage-based meditation instructions for 30 minutes, followed by approximately 1 hour of collective mindfulness meditation focused specifically on breathing counting techniques. Critically, all participants engage identical meditation objects under direct supervision of Geshe Phende. The practice at Drepung Losaling demonstrates institutional standardization where individualized approach is subordinated, and the institutional agency is prioritized over individuals' agency. This approach may increase the group cohesion of practitioners, while it also creates social hierarchy among the group. This systematic approach ensures consistency with their meditation lineage and tradition. So in terms of advantage and disadvantage between these approaches and between these settings, so when we, so the difference between, looking back, so the difference between these two centers clearly indicate that the presence of resident monk is in correlation with preservation of lineages, authenticity, and integrity of mindfulness meditation practice in the regional centers. If we analyze it further, from Buddhist perspective, maintaining lineage, authenticity, and integrity. Okay. May I just? 2 more minutes. Oh, okay, all right, okay. So, where I was. That's what happens when you interrupt. Okay. Integrity of mindfulness practice has much greater likelihood achieving ultimate liberation through mindfulness practice in both traditions of Shambhala and Losaling, while the disadvantage could be the strict adherence to traditional methods may not address practitioners' immediate needs and potentially discouraging them continued engagement with meditation. As participant Alina states, it's not helping me as I hoped, so I don't know how long I will continue. So disadvantage. At the same time, from religious practitioners' perspective, individualizing mindful practice could result in the loss of essential purpose that are integral to specific lineage traditions. For example, as a part of preliminary preparation, Kunto Rinpoche emphasizes on the importance of recognizing the fundamental purpose of meditation. I quote, no matter how advanced one is in listening and contemplating, without engagement in meditation, one cannot be liberated. For example, crops without harvest cannot be source of nourishment, and medical knowledge without medicine cannot become the cure for illness, right? So the research implication. The presence of resident monastic institution at Drepung clearly correlates with preservation of traditional lineage based on meditation protocols, and Shambhala's absence of resident monastic guidance correspond with significant adaptation, individualization of meditation practice. While this approach may enhance personal engagement and accessibility, it also represents a substantial departure from traditional lineage based on instruction and methods of mindfulness practice. Therefore, the results suggest that resident monastic presence serves a crucial role maintaining lineage-based instruction authenticity. Let me just jump to the conclusion. Spare me one last second. In conclusion, monastic presence is a crucial maintaining lineage authenticity of mindfulness practice, and centers without permanent resident monks have departed significantly further from their original tradition, meditative instructions, and boundaries. This indicates that progressive detraditionalization, deinstitutionalization, and privatization are occurring to a much greater extent in esoteric Buddhist meditation practice within Buddhist centers in America South. So lastly, the presence or absence of resident monastic guidance fundamentally shapes the preservation of traditional Buddhist mindfulness practice with significant implication for future of esoteric Buddhist meditation practice in America South. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the outstanding presentation. Now I invite Prashant Nair to begin your presentation.
Om Namah Pranavathaya Shuddha Jnanigante Nirmalaya Prashantaya Dakshinamuktaye Namah. Kusunpola, Namaste, good morning. How are you? Good? Yeah. So today I will be speaking about expanding our consciousness and being equanimous. We have been hearing about mindfulness for a long time. You know, one side effect of mindfulness, having a big smile on the face. Do we have that? That's good. All are mindful. Superb. Today's theme, many rivers and one ocean reminds me of a Sanskrit verse. Akashat patidam toyam yadhagacchadi sagaram sarvadeva namaskaram keshavam pradigacchadi. Which means, very loosely translated, it means that irrespective of what path that you follow, whoever that you pray to, everything, the goal is the one. You reach the same ultimate goal. And before I get on to the presentation, I would like to thank respected Dashokarmaji, dear Venerable Khenpo-ji, and as well as Professor 𝐁𝐡𝐿𝐽 for the beautiful introduction that you gave to all of us. Why this conversation matters today? This rapidly changing world poses and throws many challenges at us. And one of the most beautiful, powerful solutions that the world faces today is mindfulness, the science about consciousness, and how we can be in that state of equanimity. So we will very shortly, very briefly see what consciousness means and what does being equanimous entail. Shall we? Understanding consciousness. Gurudev Sri Ravi Shankar, the founder of Art of Living, I am fortunate today to be representing him. Art of Living has a presence in 184 countries, and the Art of Living program has immense relevance in today's world into taking a conflicting world into a state of being peaceful, being at peace with itself. Gurudev says, consciousness is that which experiences everything. Normally, we are focusing on what is in front of us, the scenery. Now, when we shift our focus from the scenery to the seer, then you meet consciousness. The mind is just a wave of the consciousness, which is the very ocean. It is like the mind. Sometimes we think the mind is the consciousness. Gurudev says that the mind is like a wave in the ocean of consciousness. Remember that you are the pure consciousness, which is immortal, all-pervading, and full of wisdom. And there are 3 states of consciousness, and eventually which we can, with our practices, we can arrive at the 4th state, the evolved or heightened state of consciousness. The first one is the waking state, then we have the dreaming state, the sleeping state, and finally the turyavasa, the superconscious state. And this, what we refer to as consciousness, expresses itself in 6 ways. Ichha Shakti, which means the desire, the power of desires. Jnana Shakti, the power of knowledge, knowing things. And Kriya Shakti, the power of action. Then comes the 4th one is Shanta, the ability to remain poised, calm, peaceful. Vimarsha, understanding. It's slightly different from the earlier state that we saw as knowledge. Knowing something is different, and analysis, being a little judgmental, not in a negative manner, but analysis and knowing, okay, is this good? Is this bad? Yeah, that's nice. So this is Vimarsha, yet another expression of our consciousness. And then we have Prakasha, the light, ultimate one. So consciousness moving on the surface of the body is stimuli, and it causes pleasure. When consciousness shrinks, the sensation of pain and suffering arises. Suffering or pain is shrinking of our consciousness. So if you are feeling a pain and uneasiness, uncomfortableness in your within mind, then it shows that you need to allow the mind to expand. It's because of the consciousness that is shrinking. When consciousness moves through the body in limited channels, pleasure is experienced. Repeated enjoyment of the stimuli causes inertia and dullness. Often, cooks don't enjoy their own food. Listening to the same piece of music loses the charm. People in the sex industry do not enjoy sex. If the stimuli are observed, then consciousness expands and becomes space. Another very simple way of an analogy, if we can draw, it's like attending to your breath. When your breath is in your nostril, it's very finite, very defined, right? And the moment you breathe out, the breath becomes infinite. It joins with the infinity, correct? So just like that. So our consciousness, when it shrinks, it is finite, but we can allow it to expand. The natural tendency of consciousness is to expand, to become bliss. Just like natural tendency of water is to flow down, natural tendency of air is not to be pressurized or contained in a confined space. It is to expand. That is its nature. Similarly, it is the nature of consciousness to be expansive, to be infinite. The awareness of consciousness. In moments of joy, silence, gratitude, we experience expansion. This is a glimpse of our consciousness. When all other experiences subdues, then what remains is pure consciousness, says Gurudev. So this practice is to deepen this awareness. We will come to that in the, after a couple of slides. And why expand consciousness? The way to expand from individual to universal consciousness is to share others' joy as well as sorrow. As you grow, your consciousness should also grow. When you expand in knowledge with time, then depression is just not possible. Your innermost source is joy. One surefire recipe for being depressed, always thinking about what about me? What about me? When we share our joy with others, when we take part in others' joy, and when we praise them for their achievements and console them in their sorrows, then our consciousness expands. And Gurudev says, be like a flower. Often people go to Gurudev with flowers and offer flowers to him. And he always says, I don't need any flowers. I want you to become like a flower. One nature of flower, a fragrant flower, is that it doesn't discriminate between, or it's not selective about who it gives the fragrance to, right? Whoever comes nearby can enjoy the fragrance. It's not discriminative. So therefore, just like that, the love, the compassion, the kindness, the friendliness that we have should be like a flower. We should radiate that like a flower all around us. And then our consciousness expands. Just as an expanded mind without sharpness cannot bring holistic development, expanded consciousness is peace and joy. Focused consciousness is action and creativity. The balance between the expanded consciousness and the focused consciousness brings perfection. Just as a sharp mind without expansion causes tension, anger, and frustration. And you know what allows us or facilitates this? It's meditation. Meditation sharpens the mind through focus and expands the mind through relaxation. So this focus and relaxation at the same time, that is very important. When every bit of the expanded consciousness becomes sharp, focused, that is the awakening of your infinite genius. Now comes the tools to awaken and expand. Breathwork, pranayama, and then in Art of Living we have a very specialized, unique program called the Sudarshana Kriya, a very impactful breathing technique. So this is one aspect, and then leading into meditation. Are we all aware of our breath? Normally, are we aware that we are breathing? We often take it for granted, right? Whereas breath is so vital for our existence. And not just that physical action of breathing, it is also connected with our mind. Our existence has got 7 levels or 7 layers of our existence. The body, on the one hand, the very gross one, and then we have the mind, intellect, memory, ego, and the self. So on the one hand, it is something, the body, it is very concrete. And on the other hand, they are the subtler levels of our existence. And what connects the two? It is the breath. The breath is like a string with which we can control the kite. And our mind is like the kite. Given a chance, it will just go flying wherever it wants to, wherever the wind takes it to. And how do we control the mind? If you try to control the mind, can you? If you tell the mind to come here, where will it go? It will go somewhere else. Right now, what's happening in your mind? You will be thinking of many things. My co-speakers will be thinking about their session. You might be thinking, oh, what's there for lunch? Yeah? And what else to do in this beautiful country of Bhutan? It is the nature of the mind. So how do we manage it? We don't want to control it, but how do we manage it? It's through using the power of breath, using the power of breath to harness the power of our mind and consciousness. Attaining higher states of consciousness doesn't require any complicated strategy. One just needs to learn the art of letting go. The confluence of knowledge, understanding, and practice makes life complete. Equanimity, a very powerful state of being to be in. In Sanskrit, 2 more minutes? Thank you. In Sanskrit, this wake-up call is very important. That also brings us back to the present moment, just like breath. So you are our breath. In Sanskrit, there is a saying which says, Shitoshna Sukha Dukkha Samabhavana. Shitoshna, whether it is hot or cold. Sukha Dukkha, whether pleasant or unpleasant, whether comfortable or uncomfortable. Samabhavana, being unaffected by these two. And that is the state of being equanimous. Equanimity. It's like a droplet of water that falls on a leaf of lotus. Padma Patram Ivambhasa, it is called. When a droplet of water falls on the lotus leaf, it just, will the leaf get wet? It doesn't, correct? It is unaffected. So similarly, being unaffected by, irrespective of whatever happens to us. Somebody says some negative about us, criticizes us, we feel bad about it. At the same time, if somebody says, gives a compliment, we'll be flying high, right? In both the cases, we are thrown off balance. So whether it is compliment or criticism, being unaffected, that is equanimity. In Bhagavad Gita, it says, Samatvam Yoga Uchyate, which means equanimity in the mind is a sign of a yogi. It is the ability to remain centered in adverse situations. Equanimity in daily life, it's important in stress management, very, very critical in relationship management. All married people will agree to me, I'm sure. Leadership and inner peace. And how do we cultivate equanimity? Practicing purity, maintaining discipline, practicing breath work, Sudarshana Kriya, and meditation. Conscious individuals create conscious communities. Let's pause and experience meditation, final reflections, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the outstanding presentation, Prashant Narayan-ji. Now I invite Ms. Jessie Chang to begin your presentation.
Good morning. My name is 𝐁𝐡𝐮𝐭𝐚𝐧 Chen, and I'm currently a PhD student at the University of Hong Kong Center of Buddhist Studies. Now, 4 years ago, I traded my more than 20 years of career in international finance and investments for academic studies in Buddhism. And that life-changing decision was largely influenced by my very dear Buddhist master, Bhikshuni Jie-xing. And her master, Ren Jie, is the subject of my talk today. You may recall Kalu Rinpoche yesterday in his talk said that we should always go back to the roots of the three jewels. You may have idem, you may have guru, but always go back to the roots of the three jewels. So in that auspicious light, and on the day of Guru Rinpoche, I would like to present Ren Jie's interpretations and pedagogical approach in teaching and meditating the three jewels. Now, why Ren Jie? Apart from the fact that he was my master's master, he was the one who synthesizes from a number of traditions, including Tibetan, Chinese, and also to some extent the Chinese agamas. He synthesizes the interpretations on the three jewels and then compiled and authored the text summarizing his knowledge and experiential practice on the three jewels. This work is perhaps one of the few, if not the only, Chinese text that systematically integrate diverse Buddhist traditions and regional perspectives on the three jewels. So in terms of methodology, I will combine historical and textual analysis on his works and lecture transcripts. So I think a lot of you here are practicing Buddhists, and you may recite the refuge verse every day. And when you chant, I take refuge in the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha, what actually comes up in your mind? What are you thinking about? Who is the Buddha? Or what is the Buddha? And what is the Dharma? And what is the Sangha? So there are divergent interpretations on this topic. So I just listed a few differences here for you to consider. Now, in early Buddhism, the Buddha is the historical Buddha, Shakyamuni Buddha. And the Dharma is his discourses on the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path. And the Sangha is, of course, his community of disciples. Then when the time approached to Mahayana era, the Buddha is now represented by the Trikaya, or the three-body philosophy, and the Dharma now shifts the emphasis on dependent origination and emptiness, and the doctrine of the two truths. And of course, the Sangha now includes the Bodhisattvas. And there are also regional differences too. So for example, in the Chinese Chan school, the sixth patriarch Huineng would define the three jewels as enlightenment, righteousness, and purification. And of course, in the Tibetan tradition, we have the guru as the embodiment of the three jewels. So beginning in the 1980s, Ren Jie transmitted both the doctrinal theory and the meditational practice of the three jewels to the Chinese monastic and lay practitioners in different parts of China. Then based on his lecture materials, he compiled a seminal text titled The Concise Explanations on the Merit and Significance of Contemplating and Practicing the Three Jewels. Sorry, very long name, so I shortened it to the Three Jewels Explanation, or the TJE. So the TJE was completed in 1995 in Mount Wutai, and this text contains more than 60,000 Chinese characters, and it was privately distributed among his students and also interested monasteries, mainly in Sichuan and in Mount Wutai. And then in the 1990s, one of his lecture series was tape recorded and transcribed by his students into a text of more than 240,000 Chinese characters, known as the Three Jewels Transcript, the TJT. So today, despite the lack of formal publication, both the TJE and the TJT are widely shared free of charge online or on Chinese social media platforms such as the WeChat and QQ by those who follow or admire Ren Jie's teachings. Now, just a quick synoptic account of Rinzhe's life and see how he fits into this picture. He was born into a literati family in 1920, became a monk at the age of 18, ordained the following year, and then really in 1942, at the age of 22, he joined 𝐁𝐡𝐮 Monastery. This was one of the first Vajrayana practice centers established by his guru, Ninghai. Ninghai was a Chinese Chan master who in the 1920s traveled to Lhasa and spent 7 years studying in Drupal Monastery under Kangsa Rinpoche. So upon Ninghai's return to the mainland, he started transmitting Tibetan teachings to Chinese-speaking Buddhists. And at the same time, he established a series of Vajrayana practice centers, and 𝐁𝐡𝐮 Monastery was one of those. So this is where Rinzhe joined and studied Tibetan language and scriptures for the next 14 years. And then in 1956, Rinzhe moved to Beijing and was enrolled in the Buddhist Academy of China. He was mentored by Venerable Fazun and Venerable Guangkong. Both of them actually went to Lhasa and studied in Gelug in monasteries with Ninghai around the same time. And in 1960s, Rinzhe began to translate a number of important Madhyamaka texts from Tibetan to Chinese. These texts were not previously known in China or in the Chinese Buddhist communities, and his work and effort filled a critical gap in the Chinese understanding of Madhyamaka scholarship. So up till now, his education was mainly focused on Tibetan language and scriptures. In 1974, that sort of changed when he was invited to join a small team of Buddhist scholars to work on the compilation and editing of the Fangshan Stone Sutras. Now, the Fangshan Stone Sutras were constructed over a span of 1,000 years from the 6th century to the 15th century, and they contained 35 million Chinese characters of sutras and sastras. But due to years of earthquakes and erosion, these stones were actually damaged and broken. So the cave housing these stone steles was discovered in the 1950s. And when it was discovered, the Chinese government immediately sealed the cave for private preservation. So almost 20 years later, Rinzhe and other Buddhist scholars were invited to put together a catalog of this huge amount of Buddhist scriptures carved on stones. So after more than 10 years of effort, he finally completed a 24-volume of catalog of these sutras. This project cemented his reputation in Chinese textual preservation, complementing his earlier translations of Tibetan works. And after he retired, he devoted the rest of his life to translation, writing, and teaching. Now, just want to put together some context as to why he thought it was necessary to put together the TJE. In the 1980s, there was a religious revival in China. That was after the period of the Cultural Revolution. And there were a lot of people interested in Buddhism, and lots of monasteries were being built during that period. So Rinzhe realized that there was a lack of material dedicated to the teaching of the three jewels in the Chinese canon. And also there's a lack of understanding of the proper construction of Buddha statues. Lots of monasteries were being built and lots of statues were being constructed, but not according to the sutra descriptions. So Rinzhe was troubled by that. And also at this time, non-Buddhist sects were operating under the guise of Buddhism, mainly because people did not have a clear understanding of what the three jewels means. So he put together this textbook material not to be used merely as a theoretical exposition, but as a practice guide for meditation. And he also wanted to use to demonstrate as an example of a non-sectarian approach in scriptural study. So in terms of the lineage, Rinzhe acknowledged Atisha as the patriarch of the lineage, and then this lineage was then subsequently passed down to Tsongkhapa, the founder of the Geilu school. And Rinzhe's teacher, Ninghai, of course, studied in the Drepon monastery, and he also himself put together a textual outline of the material relating to the three jewels. So building on that textual outline, Rinzhe has expanded on the teaching of the three jewels, incorporating a lot of the materials from the Chinese canons. Now, I don't have time to go through the details of his teachings of the three jewels, but what I would give you is a framework of how he taught each of the three jewels. So, for example, in terms of the Buddha jewel, you have the small vehicle interpretation, which is mainly based on the Chinese agamas. In this case, the Dharma body of the Buddha is the culmination of the 5 perfect merits, including the precepts, concentration, wisdom, liberation, and the knowledge of liberation. Then the enjoyment body of the Buddha is the 32 major marks and the 80 minor characteristics. The transformation body is the various forms the Buddha assumed to liberate sanctioned beings. So that's a pretty typical interpretation of the Buddha jewel as recorded in the Chinese agamas. Then in terms of the Mahayana interpretations of the Buddha, Rinzhe found 6 different types of interpretations across Tibetan and Chinese scriptures. You have the 1-body interpretation, 2-body, 3-body, 4, 5, and 10-body interpretations. And I've listed some of the scriptures that Rinzhe used or cited when he put together this teaching. So you can see that he cited, both the Tibetan and Chinese sources. And in terms of the Tibetan sources, obviously those were translated either by himself or by his gurus or by his mentors in the last in modern time. So, wow. Not sure what happened over there. In terms of the exegesis of the Dharma jewel, Rinzhe delineated this teaching into 3 categories: the teaching, the path, and the fruition, very similar to the ground, path, fruition approach in the Tibetan teaching. In terms of the teaching category, he includes the Tripitaka of the Vinaya, the Sutras, and the Sastras. And then the path is the 4 Noble Truths, the 12 links of dependent origination, and the 6 perfections. These are the practices by the Shravakas, Pratika Buddhas, and the Bodhisattvas. And then you have the fruition teaching, which includes nirvana with remainder, without remainder, and non-abiding nirvana. So you can see for this particular teaching, he cited the Mahaprajna Paramita Sastra, which is attributed to Nagarjuna and translated into Chinese by Kumarajiva. And there's also the Avatamsaka Sutra that he cited. And then the Sangha jewel, apologies for the how it turned out. Again, 3 parts: monastics, the non-arhats, and then that's the ordinary Sangha. The learner Sangha is the practitioners of the paths to stream entry, once returners and non-returners. And then the non-learner Sangha, which includes the arhats, the Pratika Buddhas, and the Buddhas. Now, once a student attains a firm doctrinal grounding in the 3 jewels, they may advance to the 3 jewels contemplation, which is a Vajrayana sadhana transmitted to Rinzhe's teacher, Ninghai, when he was in Lhasa. So I will just share some of the elements in this tantric ritual. It includes the contemplation of impurity, which is similar to the practice in the Theravada tradition. And then you also have the Guru Yidam visualization, repentance ritual, and emptiness meditation. So notably, this practice uniquely adopts the tantric somatic techniques, the working with the channels, the drops, the wind, and also the hybrid esoteric, exoteric framework, drawing on both sutra-based and Vajrayana sources. So just to conclude, so Rinzhe, a contemporary Sino-Tibetan masters systemized the study of the three jewels as a structured, doctrinal, and contemplative framework. His work bridges sectarian and linguistic divides by synthesizing the scriptures preserved in Tibetan and Chinese, and experiential practice transmitted in both Sutrayana and Vajrayana. He advocated a practical approach that emphasizes respect for all traditions while avoiding sectarianism. So his legacy includes a comprehensive textbook and commentarial transcript, providing present and future students with a structured foundation for studying and practicing the three jewels. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for the outstanding presentation, Ms. Jessie Chang. Now I invite 𝐿 to begin your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm 𝐿𝐭 from South Korea, who is now studying for my PhD degree in University of Delhi, India. Today, I would like to make a presentation about a critical review of Carl Jung's understanding of the 𝐴𝐴𝑚𝑖𝑡𝑎 Sutra. Carl Gustav Jung, one of the most important figures in understanding the trend of modern psychology, is known as the founder of analytical psychology. In his book, Psychology and the East, Jung attempted to understand the unconsciousness in Eastern thought, including Buddhism, based on analytical psychology research methodology. And regarding the 𝐴𝑚𝑖𝑡𝑎 Sutra, the main scripture of Pure Land Buddhism, he understood the appearance of Amitabha, the Buddha, and the Western Pure Land as a true self of the meditator revealing itself. This understanding of Jung is understood to be in line with the mind-only Pure Land among the many religious forms of Pure Land Buddhism. Nevertheless, his research methodology based on clinical psychology, such as dream interpretation, differs from that of Pure Land Buddhist masters who emphasize direct experience of the deep consciousness through meditation. And naturally, this difference of methodology was reflected in his understanding of Pure Land. And this presentation is an academic attempt to examine Carl Jung's understanding of the 𝐴𝑚𝑖𝑡𝑎 Sutra, as shown in his book Psychology and the East, focusing on the differences in Buddhist and psychological research methodologies, and to discuss its academic significance. Okay, let me discuss my first subtopic, and I will skip Descartes and Freud because of time limit, and directly go to Jung. Okay, so in contrast with Freud, Carl Jung understood the unconscious as a source of inspiration that helps us lead a harmonious and balanced life through full self-realization. Carl Jung understood human consciousness as a complex, that is, a composite of several parts of consciousness. Both the conscious realm of the ego and the unconscious realm are complex bundles of memories of human experiences and the emotions derived from them. According to Jung, consciousness is composed of ego, which belong to the consciousness, and the personal unconscious and collective unconscious, which belong to the unconscious realm. The ego, which plays a central role in the conscious realm, plays a role in connecting the external environment and the psychological world by consistently organizing the contents experienced at each moment. Freud's concept of unconsciousness, which is the unconsciousness formed by the suppression of the ego, is considered by Jung's analytical psychology as the personal unconsciousness. And the most important point here is that this personal unconscious is not innate but formed postnatally. On the other hand, the collective unconscious, which Jung understood as a much larger entity than the individual unconscious, is something that all humans are born with genetically and innately. It can be said to be the human condition that all the members of humanity inherit. In other words, it is a fundamental mental structure that is completely and identically inherent in the unconscious of all human beings. It is something that comes before experience and something that humans are born with. This collective unconscious is formed based on the vast database of experiences that humans have accumulated since the time of our ancestors, even before emergence of current mankind. This collective unconsciousness is composed of countless archetypes, and these archetypes reveal themselves through myths, primitive beliefs, dreams, etc. Jung believed that unconscious compensation occurs through dream. The autonomous signals sent by unconscious imply that we need to understand and accept the structure of entire psyche in order to live a healthy and balanced life. In this way, Jung's theory of unconscious differs fundamentally from Freud's in that he understood the unconscious to have an autonomy. Okay, so the ultimate goal of Jung's analytical psychology is to live a balanced and stable life by achieving a state in which the two areas of human psyche, I mean consciousness and unconsciousness, are not separated but in complete harmony. So let me go to my second subtopic. Jung evaluated Amitabha Dhyana Sutra, one of the major scriptures of Pure Land Buddhism, as a yoga scripture that provides profound insight into spiritual process of yoga. I believe that the two attributes of Amitabha the Buddha, the eternal life and the boundless light, can be explained in relation to Jung's collective unconsciousness. First, let's look at Amitabha the Buddha's eternal life. In Buddhism, which denies all permanence, the reason he is considered as a Buddha of infinite life is his great vow. I will never enter nirvana until all living sentient beings in entire universes achieve nirvana. In other words, this is an admiration for the greatness of Amitabha the Buddha's universal compassion. However, pursuing eternity from limitation of changeability and impermanence can be said to be the universal goal of all human religions. In Buddhism, the goal is to achieve nirvana in order to escape from the world of impermanence, non-self, and therefore suffering. In Christianity, humans are divided into impermanent and impure body and eternal and pure soul. And the goal is for the soul to be born into eternal heaven after physical death. Even in Confucianism, which is perhaps the most worldly secular religion in the world, the goal is to overcome limitation of physical transience and finitude by educating future generations and leaving behind achievements that have a positive impact on the civilization to which one belonged even after one's physical death. Meanwhile, another characteristic of Amitabha the Buddha, infinite light, symbolizes his infinite wisdom. This is mainly symbolized by the light of setting sun. The worship of the sun as a source of life is not limited to Indian culture. For example, in Zoroastrianism, the dualist Persian religion, the god Ahura Mazda is considered as the god of sun and the god of light. And the Christian tradition, the image of the sun is often used as a metaphor representing Jesus Christ. So, meanwhile, the elements of Western Pure Land described in Amitabha Dhyana Sutra, as well as Amitabha the Buddha, also show the manifestation of many universal archetypes of humanity. The water in the jewel pond of Amitabha the Buddha is arranged into 8 lakes. And according to Jung, water is also considered as a source of life, along with the aforementioned sun. So, therefore, Jung said that the sun, both of the sun and water described in Amitabha Dhyana Sutra, are images of the source of life. And when the meditator eventually moves from the visible phenomenal aspect to spiritual realm through meditation, they become images representing the source of life in the individual psyche. Okay, so according to Jung's understanding of Amitabha Dhyana Sutra, the appearance of Amitabha the Buddha is the revelation of practitioner's true self. In order to see this Amitabha the Buddha, the true self, the practitioner must feel disillusion with all the false boundaries of the world, and at the same time continuously practice meditation by calling the name of Amitabha the Buddha and contemplating his image. Okay, let me move to my last subtopic. In understanding the doctrine of Pure Land Buddhism, we need to recognize that there are two different perspectives on Pure Land. First is the Yogacara perspective of Pure Land, and the second one is Tathagata understanding of Pure Land. In other words, mind-only Pure Land. Because of time limit, let me skip detailed explanation about those two perspectives and directly go to conclusion. So in terms of this innateness, Jung's interpretation of Amitabha Dhyana Sutra, which focuses on the collective unconsciousness as mentioned above, is closer to Tathagata interpretation, and in other words, the mind-only Pure Land interpretation than the Yogacara interpretation. The fundamental psychological structure that all humans basically share is designed to pursue infinite light and eternal life. And all the practices described in Amitabha Dhyana Sutra are the process of finding this infinite possibility that is kept in human unconscious. Meanwhile, according to the mind-only Pure Land theory, a practitioner who has manifested the Buddha nature inherent in the true consciousness overcomes all dichotomies. For a practitioner who has reached this status, defilements and wisdom becomes one, and this earthly secular world and Pure Land becomes one. To this kind of practitioner, all the boundaries of senses he encounters in daily life are felt as an incarnation of Amitabha the Buddha and Western Pure Land. This very place where he breathes becomes the Pure Land itself. In contrast, Jung's interpretation of Amitabha Dhyana Sutra concludes only with finding and dwelling in Amitabha the Buddha, the true self located at the center of unconsciousness. This difference is due to difference in research methodology. While practitioners of Pure Land Buddhism focus on direct experience of the unconscious through meditation practice, Jung's analytical psychology focuses on empirical and scientific analysis, such as observing children's scribbles and interpreting dreams. So, through continuous and in-depth research to mind and dreams, all systems of the psyche are revealed according to Jung. And by becoming consciousness of and realizing this, the balance between consciousness and unconsciousness is what Jung called self-realization. So he also expressed this as individuation. And paradoxically, this individuation soon leads to wholeization. Through insight into collective unconscious and becoming conscious of it, all individuals can greatly expand their scope. And this is in line with the ideal of bodhisattva pursued by Mahayana Buddhism. Individuation is not about distinguishing each other as individual, but rather than being reborn as indivisible whole. This leads to ideal of a connected whole. Okay, so let me go to the conclusion. Until now, I have critically reviewed the characteristics of Carl Jung's analytical psychology and the interpretation of Amitabha Dhyana Sutra based on it. In terms of philosophical theory, Buddhism basically has character of religious philosophy. It has developed a very systematic and profound philosophical perspective regarding human consciousness. On the other hand, Jung's analytical psychology attempted to approach the human unconscious through scientific and empirical analysis of individual phenomena such as dreams and pictures drawn in unconscious state. On the other hand, Buddhism can also overcome limitation of Jung's analytical psychology in that it directly experiences the Buddha nature of the unconscious realm through practice meditation. The empirical scientific methodology of analytical psychology established scientific theories that could persuade even ordinary people who are not interested in practice meditation through direct observation of direct observation of true self. Through this, Jung was able to approach the ideal of Mahayana Buddhism which is the expansion of the true self to extent, but he revealed its limitation in contemplating the state of consciousness of an enlightened practitioner who transcends all dichotomies and live by realizing Buddha nature at every moment in life. And in constructing a vast and systemic philosophy on human consciousness and unconsciousness. Despite this limitation, the importance and significance of Jung's analytical psychology are considerable. By understanding the unconsciousness and accepting this unconscious realm, and by revealing that a life that balances that the consciousness and unconsciousness is the key to self-realization. He created a chance for communication between the psychological tradition of the modern West and the rich spiritual heritage of Indian-originated religion, especially Buddhism. In conclusion, the dialogue between modern Western psychology and traditional Eastern religions has the potential to create synergy that will lead to enormous advancement in future academic discussion in exploring the infinite possibilities of human unconsciousness. So here are my references, photo sources. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for the outstanding presentation, Kyung-ji. Now I invite San-Yi to begin your presentation.
Hello everyone. 𝐁𝐡𝐮 I'm San-Yi from Korea, South Korea. Ever since I arrived in Bhutan, that I've been overwhelmed by the series of wonderful surprises. I'd like to sincere thanks to the CBS and organizers for the opportunity to be part of this meaningful and inspiring gathering. So today's topic is not directly related to my research area, but I've chosen to share some personal insight on the changing status of Vajrayana Buddhism in Korea. Vajrayana Buddhism, specifically the Tibetan Vajrayana here, is gaining increasing attention in contemporary Korea, a country with deep historical roots in Mahayana and Sun Zen tradition, Buddhism. To understand why more Koreans are becoming interested in Tibetan Buddhism, despite the country's own rich and long-standing Buddhist heritage, it is essential to first consider the historical and cultural backgrounds of Korea Buddhism. In this presentation, I will begin my outlining that context and then offer my insight into why Tibetan Vajrayana Buddhism holds particular appeal for Korean practitioners today. Well, even though Bhutan has a rich resource and living Vajrayana lineage, Korea has not got much opportunity to have a beautiful connection with this beautiful heritage. I hope this presentation can be a kind of step toward building deeper connections. Okay, first I will briefly introduce the information and structure of traditional Buddhist communities in Korea for those who may be less familiar with the history of Korean Buddhism. Second, we'll outline how lay education is organized in major Korean Buddhist orders, which is Sangha. Third, we'll explore how lay practitioners in Korea have sought alternatives to traditional Sangha-based education in order to deepen their engagement with the Buddhist philosophy and practice. Fourth, I will share how Korean Buddhism, often seen as a kind of old-fashioned in Korea, is now attempting to connect with the younger and broader audiences through innovation outreach. Finally, I will present my thoughts on the growing appeal of Tibetan Vajrayana Buddhism in Korea and its evolving role within this context. Okay, then let's begin here. So it's the first history overview of Korean Buddhist community. Most of things you can see on this table, the most simple table you will ever see about Korean Buddhist history, I think. So Buddhism was first introduced to Korea Peninsula during the Three Kingdom period, 4th century, the Goguryeo Baekje Silla. And it soon became a dominant force in both religion and culture. During the Goguryeo dynasty Goryeo dynasty later, the Buddhism was the state religion and closely tied to political power, a relationship that eventually led to institutional corruption. As a reaction, the Joseon dynasty, and also they had to have a power against the Buddhist community in Goryeo dynasty. They adopted Confucianism as the state ideology and actively suppressed Buddhism in Korea. During the Japanese occupation, Korean Buddhism faced significant challenges, but also began to reorganize as an independent organization from the government, so they can be okay with any kind of government in Korea. So, and then the Jogye Order, the first modern independent Buddhist organization in Korea, was officially established in 1960, which is very recent. Today, the Jogye Order is the largest and most influential Buddhist order, Sangha, in Korea. So most of temple, wherever you go in Korea, is I think almost like 90% of them will be Jogye order, you will see, if you come to Korea. It's based on Sanjen practice, particularly Hwadu practice. Hwadu means that you realize the true nature of yourself directly by holding this key praise. It's a little sounds familiar for some people here, I guess, but not really key praise, but direct realization. So, but we have also other different Sangha orders in Korea. According to 2018 report by the Ministry of Culture, of Sports and Tourism of Korea, there are 146 officially registered Buddhist orders in Korea. Among them, the four largest are here: Jogye Order, Taego Order, Cheontae Order, Jinggak Order. Here, Jogye Order and Taego Order has a kind of a same root, and they practice the sun mainly, and some vipassana and some chanting, but not really as a main. And here, this you can see small but beautiful here, Cheontae Order and the Jinggak Order. They mainly practice a chanting mantra. They all offer lay education programs, although the depth and structure vary. So I try to simplify as much as possible the lay education in major Korean Buddhist orders here. First, Jogye Order, the largest and most representative Buddhist order in Korea, has developed the most structured system of lay education. It's like a 3 levels curriculum, includes a teaching on Buddhist doctrine, meditation, and ethics, with a particular emphasis on sun-based philosophical training. I keep saying sun, which you can just interpret as a Zen, is a kind of, we use it as sun in Korea. So in addition, popular outreach programs such as Temple Stay serve as a gateway for introducing Buddhism to general public. And the Cheontae Order actively offers a variety of educational program for lay practitioners. This includes standardized courses such as a 5-day foundational retreat, a month-long intensive practice period, and the ordination training programs. In addition, systemic training is provided for administrative leaders and staff. These efforts have contributed to the strengthening of lay communities and have established a framework for active lay practitioners in temple administration and religious activities. The Jingak order is a rare example of a lay-centered Buddhist tradition that emphasizes both doctrine study and social engagement. It illustrates how Buddhism's social role can be meaningfully integrated into the lay practice. By the contrast, in traditional monastic center communities, which is most of monastics in Korea, the communities in Korea, lay education often reinforced the group identity over individual spiritual development with clear divisions between those who practice and those who support. Lay people are typically viewed more as devotees than active practitioners. Because of this limitation, many lay Buddhists have sought alternative form of study and practice outside of traditional institutes, independent Dharma centers and organizations, private meditation halls, and Buddhist academies have begun to emerge. Many lay people interested in studying Buddhist philosophy more systemically have also enrolled in the university programs in Buddhist studies, as like me. And also, in my own experience at graduate school, about half of students were ordained monks, monastics, while the other half were lay practitioners pursuing a deeper understanding of Buddhist philosophy. This is still the case today. So beyond domestic alternatives, internationally influenced have played a growing role. Since the 1990s, Vipassana meditation has gained popularity in Korea. Inspired by global mindfulness movement, many Koreans travel to Southeast Asia to learn this first hand and brought this practice back home, and Vipassana appealed to many because it seems more structured and accessible than Hwadu meditation in Jogye order, which is mainstream in Korea. It's gradually approached attractive practitioners across a wide range of experience levels. And Tibetan Vajrayana here been gradually expanding its influence in Korea since more specifically from 2010. We will look into further later if we have a time. So let me try to make shorter about this temple stay. This temple stay, Jogye order, they start to have this with this World Cup event in 2002 in Korea and Japan, World Cup. And then they start to provide this temple stay life, and then this like meditation and tea ceremony with the monk, and you can discuss with the monk, and you can stay in these very beautiful monasteries. And that was very helpful for people to have more interest into Buddhism and then Buddhist culture and Buddhist philosophy. And you can see those are great numbers in the last 20 years. And then even Korea's traditional Buddhist festival, once mainly attended by older practitioners, are now being repackaged for younger audience. For instance, you can see these are very traditional performance was happening usually, and now they turn into more like a new trendy like performances. So it went a little bit extreme that you see he's not the real monk. He's a comedian, but he wore the monk's robe, and he had a nickname and as a second identity. And then he also played officially in the Jogye Order Festival, which was kind of arguable about the appropriation, but then anyway, it was effective to engaging younger generations to Buddhism in Korea. And then another thing is there is this international expo, then somehow it became really viral in SNS, social network service. Then thousands of 20, 30 ladies, they came to this expo and they wait for like 2 hours to enter, and they enjoy all these Buddhist goods. These teachers, they say, lightened. And then, I love you sentient beings, is written like that. So it was very viral and trendy for people. So they got interested into Buddhism, but then actually Jogye order or any other Korean Buddhist community, they couldn't really share the opportunity for them to get into the actual Buddhist practice. So that's why, and then I can see time is flying here. So So that's why I think that's one of the reasons why Vajrayana became very popular in Korea. But here I can just introduce this very brief history that we started to have an official relationship with the Dalai Lama donated the Tibetan canon to Dongguk University, Naltang edition. And then from actually 2010 somehow, you can see there were many, this Sangha was established in Korea, which is very interesting. So since especially COVID, especially from 2023 to 2024, the number of Vajrayana teachings and events in Korea has grown dramatically. So it's almost like every month you can see very important these teachings happening in Korea, and you see like a few hundred people is coming here and there, which is very new in Korea, because you will never see as a very traditional event. So when I observed this for last almost 10 years, I was thinking that why the people think it's very interesting and why they feel it's attractive for them. So I think I found that with this based on traditional lay practitioners background, which they don't have enough, they feel always. So there are things that you can see here. The first that they provide very nice this. I think it's better that we can just read here. So they just feel that there is a kind of Tibetan Buddhism has more reliable curriculum for monastics, and that they can share the wisdom to people, and also they have many different skillful means and method to practice. So that's why it's not only this one how to practice, but then you have other options. That was, I think, main reason. And for young people, that we are very influenced by Western culture. So when these Western countries, they reveal this Vajrayana is very useful for our life, then that also bring idea for Korean young people. So they start to check the books and medias, and they come to this Vajrayana teaching event, and then even they are very beginner, they can meet this great Lama, and they can have a question and answer, they can ask for advice for the practice. That is a mainly very important reason for them to feel attractive. And also very casual, then we have a very super strong hierarchy culture in Korean Buddhist community. So they feel more relief, I guess. So the conclusion is even in a context like Korea, where both traditional and modern form of Buddhism coexist, external traditions that provide lay people a meaningful way to practice the Dharma, such as Tibetan Vajrayana, may flourish extraordinarily. I believe that the encounter between the expanding lay-oriented practice culture in Korean Buddhism and the Tibetan Vajrayana tradition transmitted through global network is not a coincidence, but a natural and a timely development. I am deeply grateful for this profound lineage of Dharma continue to offer benefit not only to Korean Buddhists, but also all who seek its wisdom. May this race of Vajrayana in Korea flourish with compassion, wisdom, and skillful means, and bring even greater benefit for numerous sentient beings. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the outstanding presentation, Sen-Yi. Now I invite our last speaker, 𝐂𝐨𝐿, to begin your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is 𝐁𝐡𝐮 from China. I'm very happy to be here, and thank you for this opportunity to me share my topics, the perfect pronunciation methods of the ear faculty in the Surangama Sutras from turmoil to peace. I'm going to speak in 6 parts, and based on 2 sources, the Surangama Sutras and the 楞严经正脉书. Part 1, Introduction. The Surangama Sutras, also called the 大佛顶如来密因修正了义诸菩萨万恨受任言经 in Chinese, was translated by an Indian monk, Paramiti, during the Tang Dynasty. It is one of the most important sutras in Mahayana Buddhism. In history, many great masters from Ming Dynasty study and wrote a lot of commentaries about it. For example, Master Zhongfeng Mingben said, the Surangama Sutras is like a standard by Chan practice. And Master 𝐿𝐸𝐺 said, if you can't understand all the Tipitakas in Mahayana Buddhism in China, you must understand the Surangama Sutra. That's why I want to share with you one very special practice in Mahayana Buddhism in Surangama Sutra. Part 2, the origins of the perfect pronunciation methods of the ear faculty. A real story from the Surangama Sutra. In the Sakyamuni Buddha's time, Venerable Ananda one day was in danger. Mantagi, an Indian woman who used magic to confuse him, and Venerable Ananda nearly fell into sensual desire. In order to save him, the Sakyamuni Buddhas asked 25 Bodhisattvas and Arahants to talk about how they attain enlightenment and share a mantra. Oh, sorry. In order to save the Venerable Ananda, the Buddha chants mantras and sends Manjushri Bodhisattva to help. Because of this reason, the Sakyamuni Buddhas asked 25 Bodhisattvas and Arahants to talk about how they attain enlightenment. They are called 25 Gateway. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, one of the 25 Gateway, she shared a way called the perfect pronunciation methods of the ear faculty. But most important is, the Manjushri Bodhisattva said, this is the best way for people who want to practice in Mahayana Buddhism in 25 Gateway. According to the Surangama Sutra, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva attained Buddhahood by using these methods in the past. And many past Buddhas and present Bodhisattvas, including Manjushri Bodhisattva himself, also follow this practice too. So this practice is not only good for Buddhas and Bodhisattvas to practice, it's also good for anyone who went to practice in Surangama Sutras in 25 Gateway. Part 3, in the Surangama Sutra, 25 Bodhisattvas and Arahants share different 25 ways for practice. Why the Manjushri Bodhisattva chose Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva methods? Because Avalokitesvara methods have 3 special qualities. Roundness, it means we can hear from all directions immediately. Other things cannot work like that. For example, our eyes only can see forward, and our tongues only can work with food, and our mind only go here and there. But our hearing, our ear always can hear from all directions. Openness, it means when someone speaks in another room, we can hear through the room, but our eye can't see. Permanence, it means no matter there is a void or not, our hearing never disappears. It is always there. That's why the Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva method is best for people to practice in the Surangama Sutra. Part 4, the theoretical foundations of the perfect pronunciation methods of the ear faculty. This chapter, I cover two main point ideas. First, the transmissions of the methods from the ancient Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. A story from the Surangama Sutra. Long time ago, the ancient Avalokitesvara Buddha appeared in this world and teach the Dharma. But the most important is Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva become his student. The ancient Avalokitesvara Buddha talked to the Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. If you want to attend the Samadhi, you must start by hearing, thinking, and practicing. After following the Buddha teaching, the Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva awakened body, mind, and began hearing, thinking, and practicing. Finally, attend the Samadhi. Second, the 6 steps of undoing the knots and attaining enlightenment. This is key teaching from the Surangama Sutras, and our main focus today. The Ming Dynasty in China, Master Zhongfeng Mingben, explained the Avalokitesvara's methods in 6 steps, which help us to understand what problems we may face in meditation and what to do. Now I have a question. May I ask you? Okay, thank you. Listen carefully and watch my hand, okay? After that, I have a question for you. You just need to answer yes or not. Okay, thank you. Can you hear a voice? Yes? Oh, yeah, okay. Now let's look at the Avalokitesvara, how to deal with the void in the daily lives or in meditation. Step 1, liberation from movement. In the daily lives, we always hear different voices from different outsides and judge them as good or bad. But Avalokitesvara says the voice comes from outside, just dependent on different situations. We cannot get a real voice. So we need to let go of this idea and pay attention to the natures of healing. Listen again, please. Look at my hand. Watch my hand, thank you. Don't close your eye. Okay. Okay, thank you. Did you hear any voice? Yes or not? Are you sure you didn't hear any voice? Actually, you hear silence. Silence is also a voice. Step 2, liberation from the stillness. After letting go the movement, some people also enjoy the silence in meditation. But Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva says we cannot get the real silence in the meditation or in the daily life. We must let go of this idea and just pay attention to the natures of healing. Step 3, undoing the knots of the ear faculty. After letting go the movement, stillness, some people still think the natures of healing come from the ear faculty. But Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva says the natures of healing is always there, doesn't depend on any cause and conditions. We must let go of this idea and just pay attention to the natures of healing. Step 4, undoing the knots of awareness. After letting go the movement, stillness, and the ear faculty, some people think, I understand emptiness. I can use wisdom to see through the emptiness. But Avalokitesvara said, if we attach a real emptiness, we can get or I have a real wisdom, we also can know attaining the enlightenment. So we also need to let go of this idea. Step 5, undoing the knot of emptiness. After letting go the movement, stillness, and the ear faculties awareness, some people attach to emptiness. This is very easy to bring them to confuse being or no being. So we also need to let go of this idea and pay attention to the natures of hearing. Step 6, undoing the knot of the ceasing. After letting go the movement, stillness, the ear faculty, awareness, emptiness, some people still attach to the ceasing. This is very hidden trouble because they believe anything is empty. But our 𝐿okitesvara Bodhisattva said, if we attach it to, we can get a real ceasing or we can let go of real ceasing, we cannot attain the samadhi. So we must let go of this idea. After that, we can transcend the birth and death and reach the nirvana. The 6 steps from the Master 𝐿𝐿𝐽𝐽, and the Master tells us to very clearly what problem we may face in the meditation in the daily life. And in the meditation, when we face another problems, we also can just let it go and pay attention in the natures of hearing. Part 5, case studies. This chapter I cover 2 stories from the ancient and modern master who practice these methods in the daily life. First, Master Hansen De-Qing from the Ming Dynasty. In his book, Hansen 老人梦游集, he tells us to very clearly, he sat on a bridge every day and listened to the water. At first, he heard the waters very clearly, but later he noticed when his mind was pure, the voice disappeared. One day, he totally forgot himself, and he realized no voice can disturb him. Second, modern Master Sheng Yan not only taught our 𝐿okitesvara Bodhisattva methods, but also built a temple for people who went to practice. The temple called Dharma Drum Mountain. From these 2 pictures, we can see, we can hear the stream falling on both sides at the temple. And some people sick and meditating by the stream. Master Sheng Yan called this meditation on hearing the sounds of the stream. In the hall of the 𝐿okitesvara Bodhisattva, we can see a sitting statue of the wish fulfilling 𝐿okitesvara Bodhisattva in the middle, and a plankets with a sentence from the Surangama Sutra. Entering the stream becomes extinguished. This remains us to pay attention to the natures of the hearing, not from outside. Part 6, conclusion. Today we talk about the 𝐿okitesvara Bodhisattva methods based on 2 sources, the Surangama Sutras and the 楞严经正脉书, which discuss its origins, special qualities, theoretical foundation, 6 steps for practice, and case studies. And we can practice this meditation anyways, anytimes. When we practice the meditation, we can connect it with the 𝐿okitesvara Bodhisattva, which help us to close to the enlightenment and help us to free from ourselves in the present moment. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the outstanding presentation. 𝐁𝐡𝐮𝐭𝐚𝐧. Now I invite any questions from the audience for the speakers.
Thank you all for these wonderful talks. As an educator, I care a lot about secularizing things, and I'm wondering, is it possible to secularize these three jewels? You cited that Huineng translated them, I think, to, I forgot those three were enlightenment, renunciation, and purification, maybe. Would there be a way to translate them even more broadly to apply to, let's say, an audience of students? Maybe three transcendent virtues. I'd like your comments on maybe what those would be. Thank you.
Sorry, where's the person? Can you repeat your questions? Yeah. Where is it?
Sorry, apologies if the question wasn't clear. There was a translation you mentioned that Huineng changed the three jewels from Buddha, Dharma, Sangha to enlightenment, purification, and then there's a third one. And on the topic of secularizing things and integrating them into, let's say, education in America, I was wondering if you could maybe comment and perhaps offer what you think would be a secular translation of the three jewels, which is a challenging question, I know, but I'd love perhaps your comments on that.
That was, I don't think that was my presentation. I think that was your secularizing the...
Well, you're asking a lawyer a question he cannot answer, I'm afraid. We will have to see what kind of... Who was the person asking the question? I cannot see. Okay. There you go. Okay. Yeah. I would like to say thank you, but I'm not sure. We would need to see which... If you're asking me from a legal point of view, if we could put the label of secularism into some translation of Buddha, Sangha, and Dharma? Is that what you're asking? Is it what you're asking me? Yeah, I cannot answer that question, I'm afraid. We would need to see what kind of proposal comes by. My impression is, as long as it is phrased in universalistic and humanistic terms, it should be fine. So we would need to see what these three elements represent in each tradition, what kind of values they try to convey in terms of like ethical values or teachings or whatever they may be, and try to rephrase them in a way that can be relatable to anyone regardless of their religious background. That's as much as I can say. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you all for your wonderful presentations. I think I have two questions, one for you and one for Trukula. So the first question is, when you mentioned about the interpretation regarding Buddha in terms of based on Mahayana, you say the Buddha is referred to as three kayas and not the Buddha, historical Buddha. So I'm a little confused here because from what I studied in many Mahayana texts, Buddha, the historical Buddha is mentioned as the Buddha that we go take refuge in, and also in regards to the Sangha. In the Mahayana interpretation, you mentioned non-arhats. But also, again, in my understanding, we include arhats also in the Sangha. So yeah, I'm a little confused here. So can you just explain a little bit about it?
Thank you, Venerable, for your question. The first question regarding the Buddha jewel, my point is that there are different types of interpretations in the, sorry? So there are different interpretations of what the Buddha jewel means. So I presented the small vehicle interpretation, which is what's most commonly understood to be the three kayas. And then in the Mahayana traditions, so Renjie actually perused most of the Tibetan and the Chinese sources. So in addition to the traditionally understood three kaya interpretation, he also found 6 other interpretations based on the different scriptures that he studied. And so he wanted to just compile all of these different types of interpretations into one text so that students can study it. So he's not saying that you have to follow, Chandrakirti's interpretation or the interpretation based on the Lankavatara Sutra. But what he was trying to do is put together the different interpretations from the different sources that he cited. And then it's up to you to decide whether you want to follow the small vehicle path or the Mahayana path. And even within Mahayana, which school or which interpretation would suit your need the most. And in terms of the Sangha interpretation, again, is the same. The arhat is obviously part of the Sangha. So what he did was he sort of delineated the different types of Sangha members. So you have the monastics who are not yet the arhats, and then you have the learner Sangha and the non-learner Sangha. So 3 different types. This is just for students to understand how to go about learning the different types of monastic members. Otherwise, without some kind of basic structure, it's difficult for students, even present and the future, to learn about what the Sangha means. Hopefully that answers your question. Thank you.
Now, one more question, please. This is going to be the last question since our lunch is waiting for us.
Thank you so much. My question is for 𝐿 Khonchok Rinpoche for a fantastic presentation. Rinpoche, I wanted to ask you that how has your modern education, which came across very much in your presentation, and you have, of course, had a traditional education, what insights have you got in terms of marrying the two? Because the language that you use in this presentation, in a way, you are taking an outsider's lens to look at some things and reflecting on them and positioning that in the language of, I would say, also modern education, a critical kind of a lens. So that was my question. Thank you so much. Brilliant presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Anila. I'm coming from... my background is like coming from village. I've never been to a formal school, not even kindergarten. So I started learning English 2014 when I was graduated from Sakya College and when I completed my as a teacher or Khenpo responsibility for 3 years. I came across a psychology translation about like a counseling because I was editor of the annual literature magazine of Sakya College. So when I come across that, that's the first time I ever knew about psychology, and I found it really interesting. So I just wanted to do in-depth research about that, and then I came to realize that only way to do that was like to learn English first. So that's how I went to Malaysia to study English, and then like I applied for psychology degree in a university, and the process took me like 7 months. I did have a Khenpo degree, master's degree, bachelor's degree in Buddhist philosophy, but it doesn't recognize. I had to apply 4 different universities. And in Eastern countries, they don't have religious department. So it's much more harder compared to West, right? So in terms of knowledge, to me, like when I was struggling with my very, very difficult articles of Simon Freud, Jung, all those, I spent so much time studying it, and I can't understand it. Finally, when I kind of understood, I get disappointed, because I'm feeling like why I'm going downwards. I'm supposed to go upwards. I have been studying Buddhist philosophy, Madhyamika, all those, great texts by Chandrakurti, Nagarjuna, and I know I'm struggling with this. It's not that I'm devaluating it. That's my genuine kind of experience, right? So in terms of education system itself, we genuinely have to do update, especially within Tibetan monastic education system, because we are stuck with 1,000 years system. But in terms of the curriculum itself, I think we can be very, very proud of what we have. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, and have a nice lunch.
We talk of mindful, and speakers really mindful of your hunger. Thank you, speaker. And we are to be very in schedule, because at 5:30 we are trying to get to the auditorium, in the culture show. It's quite 15 minutes from here, and also we are worried about the dinner. So sometimes we thought of making it 5 o'clock. Then again, it will be too early for you. I think it's too early for you, right? For our, especially guests. And then we requested our hotel to manage after 9. At least don't go away, to keep it ready for you all. So still we are worried about your dinner too. Please have a nice lunch, be in time. Tomorrow morning, let's be in time. Be mindful in the scheduled time. That's what makes us late. Thank you very much.